I want to come with you to Alderaan. There's nothing for me here now. I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
Use the Force, Luke. Let go.
Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
You have learned much, young one.
You'll find I'm full of surprises.
So, you have accepted the truth.
I've accepted the truth that you were once Anakin Skywalker, my father.
That name no longer has any meaning for me.
I know there is good in you. The Emperor hasn't driven it from you fully. You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
It's not over yet.
It is for me, sister. Look, I ain't in this for your revolution, and I'm not in it for you, Princess. I expect to be well paid. I'm in it for the money.
You needn't worry about your reward. If money is all that you love, then that's what you'll receive.
Still out of spirit. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think a princess and a guy like me?
No.
Come on.
You're imagining things.
Am I? Then why are you following me? Afraid I was gonna leave without giving you a goodbye kiss?
I just assumed it's a Wookiee.
I can arrange that. You could use a good kiss.
You like me because I'm a scoundrel. There aren't enough scoundrels in your life.
I happen to like nice men.
Nice man.
Very naive.
I love you.
I know. I love you.
I know.
Hands up. Stand up.
What have I done?
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire. I hate you! You were my brother, Anakin! I loved you!
I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master.
Only a master of evil, Darth.
I am your father.
It's not true. That's impossible!
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
I'll not leave you here. I've got to save you.
You already have. Luke. You were right. You were right about me.
Try not. Do. Or do not. There is no try. Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not. For my ally is the Force. And a powerful ally it is. Life creates it. Makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the Force around you. Here, between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere. Yes, even between the land and the ship.
I held up pretty well. I made that last year. Still works. We just watched all those movies, and I want to go watch them again right now. I do. Happy real Star Wars Day, everybody. I hope your day has been well. I know we all haven't probably been thinking Star Wars. I know I haven't. I've been doing other things today, but I hope you've had a good day, and I hope that you're going to enjoy sitting down with myself, Mustang, and whoever else walks through the door this evening as we have some fun, as we celebrate the real thing, as we talk about the real thing, as we just enjoy something that no one can take away with us, and that is George Lucas's Star Wars. And also, I want to say happy birthday, Mustang.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have you had a good day today?
I've had a great day.
That's good. Hail and howdy to the chat. Those of you who are joining us at this time, I see Algrim the Strong. Hail to you, good sir. And yes, he was asking me when was this happening tonight, and I can see him here. He found his way here. Hail, a Goddess Legionist, along with Mustang, one of my mods, my regulars. I see also Jaden Hamilton, the young man who very much does love some Star Wars. Hail to you, Jim C. How dare you know.
I could boo him for that right now.
We're here to talk real Star Wars. God damn it. That isn't real Star Wars. That little green parasite.
Don't ruin my birthday, boy.
Genocidal maniac. He's a little genocidal maniac. That's who he is. But we're not here to talk about him. All right. Well, I was kind of hoping more people would be here at the start, but the night is young. And I'm sure some of our other friends will show up as time goes on. The links are out there. I better make sure all links are sent. Let me just make sure about that. There.
And laser cannons on a back taco.
What? What is this word you're using? There's a word you just used that we don't permit on this channel. We don't permit the term back taco. We are not. You saved that yourself. I didn't. Well, that's because I'm chiding you for it. We don't use that. That's terms saved for the degeneracy on Dermy's channel.
Wouldn't that be Jar Jar?
Jar Jar's just a weirdo. I mean, he is real. Jar Jar Binks is Star Wars. He's just a mistake. And let's be honest. When you watch the prequels, which I did, some people have been marathoning Star Wars movies for the past couple of days of this. I spread mine out over the past couple of months as we were leading up to doing Saturday Night Drive-In, Empire, and Jedi, and leading today. I spread it out. I started my celebration a month ago, and I watched the prequels because they are real Star Wars. They may not be perfect, but they still feel like Star Wars, and they still smell like Star Wars. They still taste like Star Wars, and
it's
sound
a spaghetti
like
Western feel.
But they're still Star Wars.
Yeah,
they have that. It may be a little poorly executed, but it's still George, and it's still Star Wars. So I was watching, and you realize right away by Attack of the Clones, Jar Jar immediately diminished. Let's make sure he's not here anymore. George may have, again, not done a perfect job, but he did realize a couple of things. One, Jar Jar Binks was a mistake, so he diminished him quickly. And I think he did it on purpose. Jar Jar is to blame for Palpatine getting enough political power to becoming emperor. Yeah. When Jar Jar pushes the vote to give Palpatine all that executive power so that he can form the Grand Army of the Republic. George did that on purpose so we could hate Jar Jar even more. I think. I don't think he did that. Whereas then in the third movie, you just see him in Revenge of the Sith. You just see him after the Battle of Coruscant. He doesn't say a word. You just see him.
I want to know which one of George's pets Jar Jar was made after, because, well, we all know who Chewie was designed after.
But it's so Jar Jar, I think, was given his walking papers rather quickly because George, despite the fact that George didn't want to listen to a lot what fans had to say in the final 10 years of his ownership of Star Wars, I think he still heard stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've always said this. Notice that by Revenge of the Sith, they maybe said midichlorians once. George realized again that was a bad idea, and he quickly phased it out. And they never say midichlorians in the Clone Wars at all in the show.
No, they don't. Not that I can think of.
Yeah, Jim C, you're right. He only had he had the moment in the beginning of Attack of the Clones. And then he had the Senate vote to give Palpatine powers. And then he has a visual cameo after the Battle of Coruscant. Then he's gone. That's it. And Al Simmons, you're right, man. The worst EU stories right here. You know, I'll get them. It's that kind of thing. I'll be moving probably back and forth throughout the night. Right here. I don't dust stuff.
Good evening, Kale.
Hello, Kale. These right here, I'm going to go full screen for myself. These are arguably the weakest of the EU. The Black Fleet Crisis is easily the weakest of the EU for a lot of reasons. One, it's not a very good story overall. And two, Luke's storyline is completely irrelevant because these were written before the prequels. And in his storyline throughout most of it, he's searching for his mother, or at least where she came from, so he can find out where it came from. Well, George kind of answered that in the prequels. So George greenlit this, but then George decided to do what George does sometimes, and he decided to go a different way. So this is the weakest, but still better than anything Disney has come up with. Still anything better than that. So I'm gonna put these here for now. And we'll be, hopefully the books behind me won't fall. But yeah, so I agree to that. But the prequels are fine in the end. In hindsight, I mean, last night Dane had a bee in his bonnet over Phantom Menace last night. We had Dane on Natural 20 last night, and every time we came up talking Star Wars, he would just go after Phantom Menace. And why don't we just start our conversation, because we're going for a while tonight, guys. So we're going to range far and wide. People are going to come in. You guys might ask a question, send us down a road, and I have a couple prepared topics, but I'd like some more people on the panel before I do that, before I put them out there. I've never hated the prequels. Mustang, did you ever hate the prequels?
No, I chuckled at them. They were actually more spaghetti western than the original, which is what George wanted them to be. So I liked them. They were funny. Jar Jar, if he didn't do the stupid Jar Jar speak, he would have been okay too. Yeah, Jar
Jar is just, he's a functioning retard. He's just a functioning retard somehow.
I know a few of them.
Yeah, it's just I mean, we'll go. I mean, Phantom Menace. Let's start with Phantom Menace. Phantom Menace was a spectacle when it came out. I mean, when that trailer came out in 97, 98, oh my God. No, it was 98, 99. Sorry, it was 98, 99. I'm shuffling my years. 98, 99. Because it came out in 98, and then I saw it in the summer of 99 with my high school buddies when we were all back at home. When that came out, everybody watched it over and over again. That was one of the first times I saved a movie MP3 to my computer, because I had college internet, so we had Ethernet on a LAN, so I had fantastic download speeds, that I couldn't get it home on my crap ass modem. So I had the trouble, and there were times I would just watch it over and over again because, listen, the New Jedi Order had just started. Actually, no, New Jedi Order started the following year. I'm sorry, New Jedi Order started the following year. But I'm still waist deep in the EU at this point. EU's been running for almost a decade at this point. I got the whole top shelf right there, not the Jedi Order stuff, but a whole top shelf and sections of right there, and like right to there. That had all been out for that's like a decade's worth of books. The New Republic art, the birth of the New Republic art. And I wasn't deprived of real Star Wars. I was a happy Star Wars guy. I just gotten Masters of Terras Kazi, that very crap fighting game on the PS1. But I had the EU. I was happy. I was thrilled. KOTOR was about to KOTOR. The first KOTOR 1 was a year from Wave coming out. We were on the cusp of the beginning of just an era of incredible Star Wars video games. EU was happening, but then here comes Phantom Menace out of nowhere, prequel starting this, and it was just shocking because suddenly here's Star Wars on the big screen again, and we saw it, and I didn't hate it when I walked out of the theater. And as time went on and people complained about it, I did realize I wasn't as fulfilled as I wanted to be. I mean, Mustang, how did you feel after Phantom Menace? Besides Jar Jar,
I mean, it wasn't. It's a word I'm looking for. It wasn't Empire. That's for sure.
No. Nothing's been Empire. I mean, Revenge of the Sith comes close in terms of dark, but Empire is still Empire. I just remember one thing hasn't changed though. Duel of the Fates still blows my mind. That is an incredible display, mostly because of Ray Park, but it's great. But one thing that did stand out of Phantom Menace, because I bought it out of the gate and I had it for a lot of years, is the soundtrack proved that at that time John Williams could still do it. He could still knock it out of the park.
John Williams will be 100 years dead and still knock it out of the park. Let's be real.
Well, some things in the late aughts that he did, not so big on. Then again, because honestly, I think working with anything since I mean, Kingdom Crystal Skull, not and I don't know, mid to late aughts and on. I don't think his heart's in it. I think he's doing it for a paycheck at this point because his legacy's intact. He doesn't have to worry about anything, nothing at all. But Phantom Menace was. I had a good time, and I went with a bunch of people, and we all had a good time, even though I was massively sunburned because I got bailed on to wait in line, and I didn't know it was going to be a super bright day. And I had never waited in line for a movie like that before Mustang. That was the first time. And
Rookie.
Well, I had never had to do it before because I had never felt it. Last time there was a Star Wars movie come out, I was a small infant. Okay. And my dad went and waited in line for it. He went, and apparently, as the story goes, my mom and I brought him bagels and cream cheese because this is Manhattan, so he was waiting in line there. So I continued a family tradition for a new Star Wars, but there hadn't been a Star Wars movie in over 20 years. So I went out, and I hadn't had to wait a movie. Tell me a movie after Star Wars in the 80s and the 90s that people would wait in line for.
Anything that said Indiana Jones?
I don't remember people waiting in line for Last Crusade. It was great. Don't get me wrong, great cruise. It was excellent, but I went and saw that on day one without a problem at all. The Friday it came out, I was there. Walked right in.
Oh, see, we always had lines. If it was a big show, we had lines. That's just Southern California.
Well, I was living in Jersey at the time, so not exactly a small population, but I mean,
every Friday night at Rocky Horror Picture Show, there was a line waiting for that. But yeah, there was a line doing a lot of things for that.
Were people waiting in line for Batman and Avatar? I don't think so.
Batman, no. Avatar did have. Avatar was the first one that had pre-order tickets.
Well, I said 80s and 90s. I said 80s and 90s. We're not talking aughts right now. The aughts, a lot of things happen in the aughts. I'm talking 80s and 90s. For Phantom Menace, nobody had waited in line. So and also by then, prior to that, I mean, I'm in my late teens at this point. I'm capable of being out there on my own. Prior to that, I would not have been allowed to go sit and wait in line for anything prior.
No, not where you were from.
Well, at the time I was living in Virginia at the time, so it's not like it was like I went to high school in Virginia, but I don't think there was anything line worthy in the 80s and into the late 90s. Nothing was line worthy. Nothing like that. This was Star Wars, a Star Wars movie. This was something that hadn't happened in 10 plus 19, 20 years almost. No, let's see, 83 to 93 is 10 plus 16 years. 16 years. It had been 16 years since anything like this had ever happened. Because listen, special editions came out, but nobody waited in line for those. Everybody just kind of like went to them. And even if people did wait in line, that's still different thing. It's not the rush of something new. Because actually, no, special editions came out after Phantom Menace, didn't they? I don't remember. when the special edition came out. Well, Legatus will correct me.
I'd look that one up.
Legatus will correct us in about 3 seconds. Nobody stood in line for the Matrix because nobody knew what the Matrix was going to be. You guys are listing movies that, I mean, Batman and Avatar, nobody knew what these were going. Well, everybody knows what Batman is, but nobody knew what Avatar was going to be. Maybe there were lines later, but opening day, nobody would have gone to any of these standalone movies. This was opening day Star Wars. So that was the first time I stood in line. So I didn't know I needed to bring an umbrella on a hot day like that. No one warned me. I brought a book to read. And Terminator 2. No, Terminator 2 didn't get that kind of reception. Nobody's waiting in line to get tickets. 12 hours for Terminator 2, for Batman 89, for Avatar. I waited in line for 12 hours, I think, that day. I was there at, I think, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and we didn't go in until midnight because it was the midnight showing. So I was there for a hell of a long time until I was there for a good, I think, 7 or 8 hours. No pee break. Well, I work in kitchens. I have hollow legs. But until one of my friends, Allegra, she showed up with an umbrella out of nowhere. I didn't even know she knew I was going to be there. That's the funny thing. I didn't know who knew I was going to be there. I was supposed to go with my buddy Andy. So there I was. She shows up. And then my buddy Andy finally shows up with a shit-eating grin on his face because he bailed on me the first half of it. And I think I maybe got expelled after that. I got to go to the bathroom other places. But then everybody else showed up. And then one other dude we knew showed up out of nowhere and then walked to the front of the goddamn line and cut in line with a bunch of other losers who were up there ahead of us. But we still got in. I'm sorry. Wait, no. We got our tickets at like 9 or 10 o'clock. And then we went to somebody's house. And then that's when I realized I had sunburn, Jed. You understand sunburn because you're a ginger.
I do. I understand it very well.
I had the sunburn. And I remember I was in the bathroom at this person's house going, oh, my God, I'm going to die. And we went to watch Phantom Menace, and I had the sunburn. But even with the sunburn, I still had a good time back then. So I didn't hate Phantom Menace. And that's right. Good evening, Anime Man. So yeah, Al Simmons. Yeah, I never had the prequel hate, and I never had it. So Phantom Menace started off okay. Now I remember going to see. I didn't see Attack of the Clones at opening. I didn't see that at opening. I think I went a few days later, and that's what I do remember coming out of Attack of the Clones going. I mean, Jed. What was your level of prequel hate?
If any? I didn't have prequel hate And I'm definitely in a different position than most of you guys because those movies were all out before my earliest memories. So I didn't have that, like, this is new, this is different, this is bad type mentality, which is a justifiable one. It's just that's what I grew up with. So there wasn't any level of hate. I even knew that they weren't as good as the originals. I kind of knew that at the back of my mind with my earliest interactions with Star Wars. Definitely liked them less. But there was no level of hate for me. Even now that I'm a lot older and a lot more critical with what I watch, there's still a lot to love about the prequels. There's a lot of heart in them. There's a lot of issues. There's a lot of quality issues, especially with the script, but there's heart there. And I think that's what's important above all the other issues, because that's why people forgive the prequels over the sequel trilogy, because sequel trilogy, they might be prettier, they might have better CGI, sometimes even better
they're hollow.
But they're hollow, they're heartless. There's no care put into them. The people behind it didn't care. The actors don't seem to care. But in the prequels, you could tell everybody loved what they were doing and cared about this universe so much. And that's, I think, is a defining and redeeming aspect of the prequels, even for a lot of people who dislike them to a certain degree, is and why they eke out over the sequels for most people.
Well, the sequels, they were not a spaghetti Western, and that's what Star Wars is supposed to be. They did not have any heart. They had no soul whatsoever. They were forced identity politics, and everybody could see it. And Rey is the biggest Mary Sue on the if you look it up, Mary Sue in the dictionary, it's her face. She didn't earn anything. There was a great Star Wars.
I very much agree with that. Rey is a Mary Sue.
There was a great discussion about Starkiller brought up the other day. And my comment was Starkiller was trained by one of the greatest Sith Lords ever. Mary Sue Rey, she didn't earn anything. It was just right there given to her by the script. And that's the difference. The script dictated the sequels.
Mm-hmm.
The prequels were dictated by the story and by the heart of the story and the essence of the story. No matter how you look at it, you still had that heart, you still had that soul, you still had that essence.
Oh, don't fall.
Please fall.
Okay. No, shut up. I'm answering. All right, so Al Simmons. I might surprise you. My favorite Grandmaster moment, I believe it's here in Ascension, the second to last, the penultimate book for Fate of the Jedi. It's when Luke gathers all his surviving Jedi after the events on Coruscant, when they're all gathered and they're starting to form a plan. They know that the lost tribe of the Sith are out there. They know that Avalon is she's about to reign terror. And there's just a moment where he's got all his masters. He holds an impromptu Jedi Council session. And they have this discussion of what they're going to do while doing a mock lightsaber battle. And it's just this moment of pure clarity that he's Grandmaster and they're having a little bit of fun and a little bit of exercise and a little talk while just sparring with each other. And it's, to me, that it might be a little weird moment, but I love it because it's showing his leadership and his control, and that he knows everything. Abeloth, sorry. So everything is going out of control. The New Republic are turning on the Jedi. You have essentially a Force god wreaking havoc. The Sith are back in force. And here he is, calm and collected, hosting a council session while having a mock duel with his masters and kind of owning them while he's doing it too. So it's not a badass moment in a sense where he's fighting, because there's an earlier scene in the Fate of the Jedi where he's fighting essentially two Sith Lords a Sith Lord and her acolytes at the same time, but he's wounded, and it's really cool. He's wounded, really hurt bad, but he's still holding his own. So that, off the top of my head, that is my favorite Grandmaster Luke Skywalker moment. I hope that is a satisfactory answer to you. I can't say. I have to reread them. When I get to the rereads, maybe I can answer that. I really cannot say. What is this in relation to? What is that?
Probably talking about Daisy Ridley.
She has no tits.
That's what he's saying.
No bites bigger.
Let me put this back. So Attack of the Clones. This one. So all right. So Mustang. I was kind of meh, except for the Yoda thing. When Yoda comes out and duels Dooku, unashamedly, I cheered in my theater. No one else said anything. I just went like this and went, yes!
But that whole third act is like that. Like the Battle of Geonosis itself, that's how I felt going through that whole thing. Growing up, I just skipped to that part on the DVD. Just like, screw the beginning.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just skip it and go right to the best part.
Yoda's duel with Count Dooku was excellent. Of course, taking into consideration that the late great Christopher Lee actually knew how to fence, that definitely was a plus. Christopher Lee was a total badass.
He wasn't in that wasn't him for most of that scene. That was somebody with a digital face plastered over him. You can see it, just like he was. That's it.
Yeah,
he was
not good enough to hide
I'm
that.
sorry to tell you that, Iron Man. He wasn't doing anything. That was somebody else.
He even talks about that in the behind the scenes. He couldn't physically do really any of it.
Still, you can't deny that it was epic.
Well, I just said I cheered I cheered in the theater without shame. I clapped and I cheered. It was awesome because I didn't see that coming. I mean, that with all the faults of Attack of the Clones, Lucas pulled that out of nowhere. Yoda lightsaber duel.
Well, it was important to know contextually why Yoda was so powerful. Like before that, we're just like, oh, he's powerful with the Force, but is he an intimidating foe? It was an important scene to establish his character and the Revenge of the Sith, him going up against Palpatine. There's a lot of character development with Yoda that we hadn't had before.
Funny thing, all right, I'm going to take on a tangent. I've been waiting to have this conversation. Yoda failed as Grand Master. He failed as Grand Master because
absolutely,
he did.
They admit that he admits him and Mace Windu have that conversation. They admit that their powers are diminished, that the dark side, everything's out of balance. Which shame on me. I haven't read Plagueis because I don't read prequel books. It's just not in my nature to read prequel books because I want to keep going forward, not backwards. But in Plagueis, what Palpatine and Plagueis did to shift the balance in the Force, that, from what I understand, that diminishes. So they're diminished. And Yoda, I don't know how long. I'm going to assume Yoda had been Grand Master for at least a couple hundred years. I'm going to assume that. I don't know. I'd have to go look that up. But under his watch, they let it all happen. He let it all happen. He didn't pay attention, and he wasn't flexible. I mean, that's why one could say, and I've seen this argument happening now that I've been on Twitter. People like to criticize the EU and Luke's New Jedi Order, saying, "Oh, it wasn't that great." No. Luke's Jedi Order succeeded because he didn't get trapped in the old confines of the old Jedi codes. The original Jedi code still stands, but he didn't. He realized that it was his attachment to his father that allowed him to win in the end, his love, and that having that broad terminology, that because Jedi have compassion of everybody, that's not enough. That isn't enough, because if you don't teach a Jedi to love individually, you get Anakin, who was unprepared for the fear that he developed for losing Padme. Am I going off track here, or am I somewhere right on that?
I think you're still on it.
No, there were definitely corrections that needed to be made, and Luke was always bucking the idea, even in Empire Strikes Back. As much we talk about how he abandoned his training to go after his friends, he's always bucked the notions of how the code should work from Yoda and Obi-Wan, always putting personal love ahead of it. Just he needed to find a balance, and that's what he had in Return of the Jedi, was a balance there, because rescuing Han doesn't really help. Like Han, it's purely a personal endeavor, saving his friend. He puts a lot on the line for it. As much as he's balanced with the Force, it doesn't help the war effort. It doesn't help bring balance to the Force. It doesn't help anything but Han himself. And I don't know if a lot of the ways that Yoda practices the code would have allowed for that to happen at that crucial of a moment. If there's nothing else going on, of course, but it's at a very pivotal point in the war then. So it's just Luke always, even in the original trilogy, seemed like he was always trying to balance his nature, his loving nature, with the ideals of the Jedi, and finding that balance was important.
I must say, let me put you this. So Jed brings up a really good point. I think again, Yoda and the other old school Jedi sticking to the fact that not bringing in what was it, Padawans at a very young age before they've learned proper socialization. And if they're just socializing with each other and not the rest of the world, you don't form proper attachments, and you get the you get the indoctrination of the Jedi Order of compassion and controlling your emotions, letting things go, but you don't understand letting go until you've actually had something. Is that a fair take on that?
Yeah, you've got to experience life to understand life. And the Jedi, even with Yoda's great age and knowledge, he didn't understand emotion and life. And let's be honest, I hate to say it, but that's where Disney failed in the further. They could have gone the Mara Jade route and just gave us something beautiful, because that would have continued on Luke and shown the love and how the Jedi Order went forward. And great explanation for it. Good, Jed.
That brings up a good point. I saw something on Twitter recently that the person who said it claims it was canon, but I don't know if this is Disney canon or real canon, obviously. So I was planning on asking you this to clear it up, and it does kind of tie into the Mara Jade aspect of things. As Luke's Jedi Order, more prequels, what were their rules on attachment? According to this person, the Jedi were allowed to have physical relationships, but they couldn't get emotionally invested. That seems a little weird.
I saw that come up on Twitter today. I think that's somebody being a troll.
I've seen it a lot, though. I've seen it more than just that once. I've seen it
somebody that put that out there, and other people are grabbing onto it, and it
feels like bullshit.
Yeah,
it's bullshit. I mean,
okay,
I don't think the Jedi were encouraged to be celibate, but because obviously Jedi weren't celibate. A lot because you can go back and look at the Old Republic. Bastila Shan and Revan had a child, and their child had another child, Satil Shan, or their great granddaughter Satil Shan is the Grand Master of the Jedi Order at the beginning of the Old Republic.
So they are allowed to have sex.
Well, not allowed. It's frowned upon. It was even frowned upon then, but it still happened. But then Satil Shan, who's Grand Master, still had a son who is an active NPC in the game. So as hard as they try, there was enough evidence in the history that as hard as they tried to stamp it out, it doesn't work. And that was why the Jedi Order became decadent in its ways. Yeah. Because they tried so hard to live to this ancient ideal of they were so afraid of the dark side, that emotions cleave the dark side, that they screwed themselves over. And Yoda, who had been 900 years old, you will look as good you will know. So 900 years old by the end of Return of the Jedi. The Old Republic, SWTOR, takes place 3,000 years before A New Hope. And the prequels of A New Hope. 2,000 years after that. So Yoda's alive for at least the last 1,000 years of the Old Republic. He saw a lot. He understood a lot, but he didn't learn the lessons.
No, loaded. He did not. He did not.
He didn't learn. Too rigid. And a great wise master. Understand things. Great teacher.
Although, I don't know if he was too rigid. I think when you look at it,
I just thought of something, but go ahead.
Okay, when you look at it, it's not rigid. He held to the traditions, and he didn't know better. That's the problem.
I guess that's what we're saying. He probably was picked up at he's probably picked up at whatever the real youth age of his species.
But he had to know about the witches.
He did. No, he did know about the Dathomir, because remember, at the beginning of Courtship of Princess Leia, Luke finds the holodata recorders of Yoda, who had just come back from a mission, warning about the Dathomir witches. So he knew about them, but they were not a spacefaring species, so they were planet bound. He says we're going to be. I remember I just read it last year. He specifically says we're going to stay away from this planet. Let's leave them alone. Problem is, afterwards, Palpatine finds Dathomir.
That's right.
Puts an Imperial base on it, makes a deal with the real Night Sisters, not the bullshit Dave Filoni version, but wisely kept it all locked away. He found them and he knew, whoa, I can't let that kind of chaotic dark force user out there, because that's one of the things that the EU does do well, is it does introduce other force using sects, S-E-C-T-S, sects. I knew you smiling, Jen. I know. Look at you smiling when I say that. Other force using entities, groups that are there, but reminding us that the reason they never take hold is because they're small and insignificant and sometimes planet bound. They don't have spacefaring technology like the Dathomir witches. Therefore, they don't have the impact that the Sith do or the Jedi do, because they can spread anywhere. And also, Sith became more than just being good old red and tendril-faced pure blood Sith thing. It became an ideology, much like the Jedi became an ideology, and it became about a belief system. Because like the Jedi have a code, the Sith have a code as well. And you follow. Now the Sith code still holds true. They didn't break that at all. Although one could say, and I think we had this discussion the other week, Palpatine was pretty loose with the rule of two, I think.
Oh God, yes.
He was pretty loose. Yep. By the time Plagueis held him to it. Plagueis held to it, but Palpatine, by the time he was in control, he was pretty loose with the rule of two, because he had a backup of a backup. Because if we look at the timeline, there's no way in the 10 years between Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, there's no way suddenly he chose Dooku to be a dark side user. Dooku had to have fallen long before that, because Darth Maul got aced at the end of Phantom Menace. He had Dooku waiting in the wings.
Well, and Dooku had been missing for a long time, right?
Yeah, he had left the Order, but everybody thought he left the Order of his core. Now, we're not talking about the new Disney Tales of the Jedi shit where it shows Dooku killing Yaddle and walking away. That's bullshit. It's fake Disney fan fiction. I think there's EU books dealing with Dooku. I haven't read them. I wish we had somebody who do that. See, Jane Hamlin's quoting the Sith code right now. But Yoda didn't know that he didn't know, I think. And that was the failure when they bring in Anakin. Because Anakin had no attachment, but Anakin's attachments, he didn't have enough time to grow into it and to understand it, because he learned fear and anger as a child, but then he gets brought into the Jedi Order and has them suppressed by Jedi indoctrination about compassion and all that kind of stuff. Therefore, when he sees Padme again in Attack of the Clones, suddenly the chick he's been jerking off to for 10 years every night is right there. Hey, come on.
I didn't say anything.
It was happening. It was happening.
I would add something else to that. Now, don't get me wrong. Ben Kenobi, aka Obi-Wan, did his best as a teacher, but this is actually something that some Star Wars fans have theorized that, well, had Qui-Gon Jinn actually lived, he could have actually been more of a father figure for Anakin, provided that extra discipline, that father figure to help shape and mold Anakin. Because, well, as good as Obi-Wan was, he was more like a brother than anything else.
You're not wrong. I mean, there is. I have heard, and I agree with the sentiment that Qui-Gon alive, if Qui-Gon had been Anakin's master, Anakin would not have fallen, I don't think, because Qui-Gon was a better teacher than Obi-Wan. Because Obi-Wan was given Anakin as his Padawan fresh out of his trials.
Which was
insane. Wasn't ready. That's a bad decision by the Jedi Council. Because Mace Windu and Yoda both, and the rest council at the time, they were all part of that. Having Obi-Wan being given the task of...
Well, it was the Qui-Gon's decision, though. It was practically his
Qui-Gon
dying
said
wish.
It, but that's because Qui-Gon...
That does put his judgment into question and his capability of making the right decisions for Anakin as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I think Qui-Gon would have prevented the fall, I think, because he would have managed it better. Because Qui-Gon, as noted in Phantom Menace, he was a little bit of a rebel. He didn't play by the rules all the time. So I think he had a better understanding, a better finger on the pulse of the galaxy than the rest of the Jedi Council. And I think he would have saved Anakin. Anakin would not have been so easily tempted by Palpatine. Well, you shake your head, Mustang. You don't agree?
No, I don't think
No?
so. Because if you think about it, he was Obi-Wan's teacher. Obi-Wan should have learned from him and been able to pass that on, just like a father would to a son.
I think personality differences
issue.
And also personality. Obi-Wan didn't have this. We saw going up. Obi-Wan's temperament was far different than Qui-Gon.
But this also falls on the Jedi Order. They could have said, "We'll put him into school," or they could have had a more experienced master take him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why I said there's a lot of fault to go around for Anakin's training, and it starts with Yoda and Mace Windu because they were on Naboo when the decision was made.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts with Mace Windu and Yoda, and then. Yeah, Jed, you're right. It was Qui-Gon's dying wish, but Qui-Gon is dead. He has no further input on the situation. And I think
it was the inference that he put on it as his dying wish that swayed Yoda, I think.
Well,
I agree with that.
I think even though Qui-Gon says train him, I think Qui-Gon in general meant make sure he gets trained. Make sure he becomes a Jedi. Don't let him so that he is the chosen one. And it starts with those two, and then again, I question giving a fresh-faced Jedi Knight like Obi-Wan the task of training someone who the Jedi consider too old to begin the training. It starts there, and then that's the thing. And there's conflicting. And we'll stay in Attack of the Clones because that's where we are. There's conflicting interpretations from the characters of how the relationships are between Obi-Wan and Anakin. Like Jed said, Anakin looked at Obi-Wan maybe as sort of no, Jay, you didn't say that. You said Anakin looked at Qui-Gon like a father figure. Would have looked at Qui-Gon. Is that what you just said?
That was Mustang.
That was Mustang. Okay. Anakin considered Obi-Wan a father figure. He says so after he slaughters the Sand People. He's like a father to me, but he's holding me back. That whole speech. But then, of course, the line. You're like Anakin, you were like my brother. So Obi-Wan didn't look at him like a son. He looked at him like a brother, but Anakin looked at Obi-Wan like a father. And
I think that's the evolution between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Okay. Because there is a difference between the two, because Obi-Wan says he's like a brother to me in Revenge of the Sith, and in Attack of the Clones, Hayden says he looks at you like a father. Or I look at him as a father.
Let me bring up the timeline. I always forget how many years exactly there are between.
There's 3 years between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and 10 years between Phantom Menace.
Well,
and
10 years, I know that. I know that one. Yeah, so let's just get here.
So yeah, with that 10 years of training, he was a child, so it makes sense he looks at him like a father. But as soon as he became a knight at the end of Attack of the Clones, he became a man and became like an equal in Obi-Wan's eyes. So their relationship evolved.
Episode 2, 22 years, and then Revenge of the Sith 19 years. So it's like 3.5 years. The Clone Wars lasted for 3.5 years.
So 3.5. Yep.
So according to the real timeline, right here.
Yep. So yeah, that's enough time to be seen as an equal to evolve the relationship from a father figure to a brother figure, because Obi-Wan saw him as an equal after the events of Attack of the Clones.
Well, Anakin didn't face it. If you watch the Gennady Tartakovsky cartoon, which I always recommend because that is a true Clone Wars. It properly tells the Clone Wars story, nice clean snippets, and literally does connect to Revenge of the Sith. You kind of see Anakin go through his trials in that one when he faces Asajj Ventress on Yavin 4. It's a very cool scene. I recommend it.
I can definitely agree with that because I actually saw the Clone Wars that was done by Gennady Tartakovsky, and I can definitely say that it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, because one, Tartakovsky's a master at show don't tell. I mean, Jed, that's why I think you would like it. The Tartakovsky Clone Wars, it's basically all show, barely any tell. It's all visuals with that Tartakovsky animation that has just been brilliant since Samurai Jack. You get Anakin. It's the fight between Anakin and Ventress on Yavin 4 is so gritty, so nasty. And at one point, I mean, remember, he's a single saber user. He's fighting Ventress, who's a dual wielder. And at one point, he disarms her, and they're both fighting with red lightsabers at one point. And at the very end, after he kicks her off the top of a temple, he just stands there holding the red lightsaber going, oh, it is just, that was his trial right there. And he passed it at that point. But so at that point, I guess after that, and that was the first season. Then there was the second season, which shows us more Clone Wars. At that point, his hair is longer. There's a montage, or at one point, he comes back and to see Padme at one point, and she looks at him and she touches the side of his face where he's got the scar now, and because he hadn't had the scar now, and it's brilliant. But I guess you're right; it does show a lot of in those moments, a lot of the growth between where they were and where they're from. So I think that Jed, I think you're right. That's a legitimate. That's a legitimate statement. Could have changed, but it's still a problem. Their relationship is still a problem because nobody prior to Attack of the Clones prepared Anakin for romance. He had an idealized of what it is in his head, and Padme, who was a groomer. Sorry, I had to get that in there.
You're not wrong.
Not wrong. No, I mean, I don't know if she groomed him in Phantom Menace, but then she's still what is she, 16 in Phantom Menace? I think she's 16 years old.
She was 14 when she became queen. So, yeah, 16 sounds right.
I think she's supposed to be 16.
Yeah, that's a 7-year difference. That does sound right.
So, and Anakin's 10. So she's like 16, 17. So when I mean, she's in her late 20s. He's about almost 20 at the beginning. He is 20. So she's like 27. He's 20 years old. In all seriousness, I don't know if it's really grooming.
It's not.
It says she's 14 in Phantom Menace.
Okay. So she's 24. So she's 24 in.
Yeah, and he's 9.
He's 9. Okay, so 19.
I think what makes it look like grooming is they didn't have a 14-year-old girl play Padme, but they had a 9-year-old boy play Anakin.
I guess that's the thing. Yeah.
That's what makes it look bad. I mean, she is 14, and Keira Knightley was younger, I think. So when Keira Knightley was playing the double, it looked a little bit better. But I think Natalie Portman was 21 when they filmed Phantom Menace, and he was 9 when they filmed Phantom Menace. So that's what makes it seem wrong. If they had gotten a 14-year-old girl, I don't think people would even be questioning this.
That joke. Well, we live in the era where that's a meme now. Grooming's a meme now, thanks to Disney.
Well, and Netflix right now.
And Netflix.
Yeah. What they're doing with Yaskier.
Yeah. You brought that up. But in all seriousness, I don't think there's any grooming. I mean, a 27-year-old and a 20, but still, point is, she has had experience at that point. She's a woman. She's a grown woman.
Yeah.
She knows, and she doesn't help things because she gets involved with a kid who idolizes her and doesn't understand, because of the Jedi Order, does not understand the nuances of romance, the nuances of love, and is not prepared for all those emotions. I mean, clearly, again, during the Battle of Geonosis, when they're chasing down Dooku and the carrier gets knocked and she gets deposited on the sand, Anakin's first instincts, we have to go back for her. Obi-Wan's, no, we gotta go get her now. We gotta go get Dooku. All right, Jay, you gotta go.
Yeah, sorry. I definitely wanted to come on the stream for at least a few minutes, but Tabletop is starting in a minute.
We'll still be going. So, do you want to come
think
back
so?
later?
After 11?
I plan to go as long as I can. So
perfect. I will see you guys later.
Well, it's nice to have a chance to speak with you again. Hope we can do so soon.
All right,
absolutely.
Jade, have a good time, and wear a condom.
No promises.
Work on them.
I
know what you get up into with those games. I know exactly what goes on in those games.
You're not wrong. And go have another
right.
1,000 babies.
All right, go have some fun, dude. See you later.
All right, take care, guys.
All right. Yeah, so he gets involved with her, and he's unprepared for it, and he doesn't even understand the priority. If he understood romance and adult care for somebody, he would have been able to. I think Mustang. I think would be able to put it aside and understand in that moment. No, there's the job. The job is Dooku, not her. But I even with all the problems Attack of Clones, I think George he relays that very well at that point. That Anakin he's already unprepared for all of this stuff. Or am I reading too much into it?
I'm just going to go with two things. One, the age difference is the same between me and my wife. I am the older. And two, if you're 20 and Natalie Portman's a potential for you, you're going back for her, dude. Let's just drop the bullshit.
I've never been into Natalie Portman.
Okay, if a hot chick is there for you and wanting you, you're going back for her.
Although I will say, Battle of Geonosis, she did look really good in that, though. The whole torn white jumpsuit thing that was working for her, and that was working for her. Even though I'm not generally an Natalie Portman.
But let's just be honest. Any 20-year-old boy is going to go, yeah, super hot chick just fell that's in love with me, and I'm in love with her, and we're going to be doing each other. I'm going back for that.
Well, yeah, of course. But the problem is he isn't prepared.
I don't care. Neither was I. But so what? There's a hot chick, dude. That's
not what I. No, that's what I mean. There's a lot. When I say he's not prepared, you have to understand. We're not just talking about a normal dude. We're talking about somebody who can be influenced by supernatural powers, and the dark side creeps in because he's unprepared. Because the Jedi are so dogmatic about emotion and letting go that no one has ever trained him to deal with this stuff. And as time goes on. And when in Revenge of the Sith, when the visions start of Padme dying in childbirth, the fear, and that is, I mean, we know that Vader is an angry character when he's Vader, but Anakin's strength in the dark side comes from his fear.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because he's afraid. I mean, remember when he's fighting Dooku the first time, I sense great fear in you, Skywalker. It's Anakin's gateway drug to the dark side was fear of loss.
Yeah, that is 100% it, and Lucas set that up very well.
If I might get something in here, first off, Mustang, nice to finally get the chance to speak with you. Secondly, whatever your thoughts on him, I actually can make a recommendation here. A favorite YouTuber of mine, The Critical Drinker, actually did an interesting take on Anakin Skywalker, proving how, no, he's not a Gary Sue. He's more of a tragic hero because of everything he went through. His fear of loss, his fear and his eventual fall to the dark side. So you could, as I said, you could consider him a tragic hero.
Yeah.
Anybody that would ever consider him a Mary Sue, Gary Sue, whatever you want, is a fool because he was trained. We are established from the day we met him that he is very strong in the Force to begin with. And then we see it progress through training. This is the difference people do not understand about the Mary Sue reality is the script dictates the Mary Sue. If you are trained like he was, if you were trained like Luke was, you are not a Mary Sue in any way, shape, or form. We could go back to Star Killer. Star Killer could not be a Mary Sue. He was trained by Vader.
From youth, from a child.
Yes. This is a mistake so many people make with the Mary Sue lines and the Gary Sues. If you look at the training, if there was a significant amount of training, they've earned it. They've been trained. And I get so sick and tired of these people because I've got my cousin tried to get into me and say, raised on a Mary Sue. And I said, let's go right down the list. And I showed him every bit. I said, where did she earn a fucking thing? And he's like,
exactly.
Yeah. He's like, well, she did. She went to train with Luke. I said, for one day. I said, how long was Luke trained? Many years.
All right. I mean, let's go over Luke's timeline because we've done that, but we're gonna do it again. Now Luke, like Anakin, had probably very good instinctive Force abilities.
established in episode 4.
Reflexes, stuff like that, just like Anakin, and that's established because they are just the Skywalker bloodline is strong in the Force. Just it's massively strong.
Very strong.
Oh, very strong. Very strong indeed.
So we see episode 4 shows us all that. Now, between that, let's bring the timeline back up. Let's bring up the time. Now he only gets a little bit from Obi-Wan,
correct,
in the beginning, because
probably maybe 3 months, I think it is at the most.
Obi-Wan?
Yeah.
No.
Oh no. Obi-Wan. Sorry.
Oh, I said Obi-Wan. We're not talking about Yoda yet. I know that because we just talked about that. No, talking about Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, only a few days with Obi-Wan. He didn't. I mean, now he knew Obi-Wan as Ben. That their meeting in the Jutland Wastes in 4, that wasn't their first meeting. They know, and again, we're not talking Disney trash. They knew each other.
Yes, he did.
Because
he definitely knew Ben.
They always knew because young Luke. And there was no, oh, wow, I've never met. No, it's like Ben Kenobi. Oh, good. Boy, am I glad to see you. So they knew each other. Now, of course, no training had ever happened. But they knew each other. And Obi-Wan gave him the basics in a few days. Okay? He gave him the basics, told him what to do. And between, let's see, here we go. New Hope, he was year 0, BBY 0. All right, so 3 years. After that, Luke basically was self-teaching for 3 years.
Right.
And we know that he struggled with Force telekinesis. The Wampa Cave is the example. He could pull it off, but it takes a lot of effort at that point. But he's been self-training, working on the basics that Obi-Wan taught him, sensing this and that. Then he goes to Jedi boot camp on Dagobah. And we established in our Empire Strikes Back discussion a couple weeks ago that he was there for a minimum of 3 months with Yoda.
Correct.
And Dagobah happens to be there's a reason I think Yoda exiled himself there. It has everything you need to train a Jedi. Harsh environment. Because of the dark side nature. Where we later learn because of its dark side nature, which amplified because a rogue dark Jedi crashed there at one point. That's EU stuff. It hides you from the Emperor. What the hell? Sorry, somebody dropped something. It hides from the Emperor, but harsh training, and you have survival tech, and you have to survive on Dagobah. There's nothing out there. Not only is it an environment good for physical training, but there's no resources there. I mean, no modern civilized resources. You have to survive. Jedi boot camp, and Yoda puts him through his paces. Anywhere from 3 to 4 months. So he's there, Jedi boot camp, and it shows because when he gets there, he can barely do Force telekinesis, and when he's fighting Vader, his reflexes are faster. He's leaping, jumping, flipping, can pull the lightsaber to his hand. He's faster. And we are noted by that because, again, you go to Shadows of the Empire when Vader is on his castle on Coruscant. He's using training robots, and he remarks to himself that his training droids are not as fast as Luke was on Bespin. So Luke goes through massive boot camp, comes out of it stronger, and his brush with the dark side fighting Vader, that kind of Saiyan-like when you get in a combat situation like that, it forces you to grow as a Force user. When you encounter conflict, it pushes your boundaries and you grow a little bit, especially when you have the potential like a Skywalker does. So he comes out of Bespin stronger. Then it's, then it's a year and a half.
Right.
A year and a half to Return of the Jedi. In that period of time, he uses what Yoda taught him, refines it further. Even gets to the point where after finding notes in Obi-Wan's hut on Tatooine, constructs his own lightsaber. So he's got all the basics down. He's been working, training. They've been hunting for Han, all kinds of stuff. He's there. His skills are complete. He's been trained. And we talked about this, Mustang, didn't we, on Empire? If you take into account, which I think in this discussion we are allowed to, you take into account the fact that Yoda, even at that point, knew lightsaber techniques. Even though he didn't have his lightsaber anymore, he trained Luke in different stances.
Absolutely. We also we can also assume from what we do know between the episodes, that Luke probably had him as a Force Ghost instructor as well. That's something that George did not ever bring out, but Yoda would have been there in the Force Ghost to train Luke. He would have been able to influence him and help him along.
Well, we never saw Yoda in the EU as a Force Ghost. We saw him in recordings, but we've never seen him as a Force Ghost after Jedi.
Yeah, he never touched on it directly, but we do know that was a very high potential. And that's where a lot of people, when my age back then, were making the assumption Yoda's Force Ghost is still training him.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm going to counter this based upon EU lore. When we get right to it in Truce of Bakra, which picks up literally day after Battle of Endor, where is it? Damn it. When we get to Battle of Endor, or I mean, when we get to Truce of Bakra after Battle of Endor, Luke is on his own. He's got nothing. He's got what he's learned from Yoda. He doesn't even know how a Jedi should present themselves, how to look, wear, has no idea. And as we go from Truce of Bakra to Courtship of Princess Leia to actually, there's a couple. Let me bring the timeline back up. I shouldn't have taken the timeline down. Hang on.
Just leave the timeline up because that'll go into a lot of discussion tonight.
Well, yeah, I there's too much light coming at me, so I wanted to take it away for a second. But
dark screen.
So here we go. Let me zoom in here on this part here. All right, let's go. Here we go. So actually, no, we're gonna go over one more. Hang on. Crack team. Okay. Looks better on the stream screen than it does on my.
Yeah, it looks a lot better on the StreamYards.
Yeah, mine it's all blurry, but it looks better. It's good on the StreamYards though. All right, so here we go. Here we are. Truce of Bakra. I never read Shadows of Mindor. It is referenced once. You know what? Let me get the physical. Let me get props. I haven't done that a lot. Let me get my props. I'm not going to bring down Tatooine Ghost because Luke isn't in Tatooine Ghost. But before we get to Thrawn, we've got these. So you can see there, you got Truce of Bakra. Here, we got Truce of Bakra. Then you have Courtship of Princess Leia, which is down there. There's the whole X-Wing stuff. Again, we're talking Luke. I never read Shadows of Mindor. It came out in a period of time where I wasn't collecting anymore. And then we had recently the released Heart of the Jedi last year when this came out of nowhere. And it does fit in. Like, it fits in right.
Wait, how did you get Heart of the Jedi in before they pulled it?
No, it came out last year. Don't you remember when this happened last year?
Yeah. I thought they pulled it.
I ordered it immediately. The minute Ryan Kindle showed it on his stream, I went and ordered it that day. Yeah. And I read it and I reviewed it. I got the review up on the channel. I reviewed it. It's part of the book club. Let me see. Did they include it in here? Because they have an updated timeline in here. God, it says Legends though. Look at that. Look at that dirty word.
Yeah, I know. I know. I've got the PDF, and yes, it says it.
I got the PDF I have here. Doesn't say Legends though. It's a real one. It's a good one.
My statement in for my screen, it says it all. Make the EU canon again.
Okay. So all right. So Heart of the Jedi happens after Truce of Bakra, but before Shadows of Mindor.
Okay.
So it happens before Courtship. Anyway, so in this one right here, Luke is still fumbling because he doesn't want to do it. And then the whole point of this is that he hears about something called the Heart of the Jedi, which will give a Jedi their purpose again and allow them to find focus. And what I gotta lower the light on this right here. It's too bright. Too much light on my face here. Yeah, that's better. A little bit better. Lower this
okay, so where is Heart fitting in then?
Right after Truce of Bakra.
Okay. So after Truce. So, and Heart was maybe a 6-month saga at best.
Heart of the Jedi?
Yeah.
No, it took place over like a few days. Heart of the Jedi only took place over a few days.
No, because let's see.
Heart of the Jedi only took place over a few days because what happens is.
Oh yeah, they did. Okay, yeah, you're right.
It takes place over a few days, yeah. Because anyway, and I got to say that as a reading standpoint, it's a hard read because it's like you're reading a screenplay script.
Well, that's
it's a very difficult read because it was never and it was difficult read. Not the best, but it fits.
Trying to remember between the attack on the hidden Jedi, for lack of better terms, for those who haven't seen it, and when they came back. Okay, I can see that maybe a week or two. Well, it wasn't a few days. It seemed longer than that.
Maybe it's a week. Either way, it still isn't very long. Whole point is that Luke is hunting for this Jedi ancient Jedi artifact called Heart of the Jedi.
No, Jaden, that is not why it was not officially released. Let me put a stop to you right there. Disney can't make money off of it, is why it was not officially released.
Oh, well, it wasn't officially released way back in the day.
Yeah.
No, back in the day, it kind of fell between the cracks during the Bantam era. It just fell through the cracks.
And then Disney got ticked off about it coming out.
Well, they pulled it because even in its state, it's still better than anything Disney put out.
It's canon.
It's canon. So what happened was Luke gets a vision for. It's one of the few times last couple times he has a interaction with Obi-Wan as a Force ghost, and Obi-Wan tells him he has to find the heart of the Jedi. It'll set him on the path to being a master. And in the end, what happens is Luke goes there. He gets there, and he sees Anakin as a Force ghost there, which is one of the only times. In fact, maybe the only time Luke ever interacts with Force Ghost Anakin, that was really cool. And it's it's just a brief moment. And what happens is Luke has a choice. If he touches the Heart of the Jedi, this Force-imbued crystal energy, he will then have the uncontrollable urge to go be a Jedi Master and seek out and train people. But if he doesn't, he's going to have to make his own path. And he chooses not to touch it because he realizes that I have to forge a new path for the Jedi. And that's his period of time where he's trying to figure things out. And then we pick up in Court of Princess Leia where he's doing just that. He's out there. But to do that, though, he does need old information. So he's hunting for all the anything from the old Republic Jedi that he could find. Data crystals, data chips, holocrons. Anything he can get his hands on. And he finds that in the beginning of the book, which one of Yoda, he finds a stash of data chips, and most of them are destroyed, but finds one about Yoda, which sends it to Dathomir in that book, and the story happens. So Luke spends a lot of time searching between, in the 5 years between Return of the Jedi and the beginning of the Thrawn trilogy, he spends a lot of time hunting for knowledge and improving his own skills. And during that time, he does get, and between what we have to understand, Yoda did train him in lightsaber thing. I watched the lore video years ago that Luke was proficient in every single lightsaber stance.
Yes, he was.
I know who did that. He literally mastered them all, and that's just amazing to me. That's why he was an incredible grandmaster. So Luke, and by the time we get to Heir to the Empire, Luke he's completed his search. And the events of Heir to the Empire put a halt on his next stage because then we get to Dark Empire and then the Jedi Academy trilogy where now he's got that window. We are post Imperial Warlords. We are post Thrawn. We are post the return of Palpatine, the real return of Palpatine. People like to make fun. How did Palpatine come back? He was always going to come back. He had clones. He was the one that died on Death Star 2 was a clone because Palpatine's body for the past 20 years, probably even before that, it could never hold and contain his dark side energy. It rotted him from within. So he perfected transferring his soul to other living organisms. And that's why he wanted Anakin Solo in utero, so that he could possess him and then gain Skywalker Force abilities. Because remember, if he had combined his soul, his dark side energy with a body that could channel Skywalker Force powers, that's why he wanted Anakin Solo in Dark Empire. That's why he wanted Anakin Solo. That's why he turned Luke, so that then Luke would turn Leia. and then he would possess Anakin when the time was right and become the strongest Sith Lord in his ever. He was already pretty damn powerful. Well, I want to talk about the Rule of Two later, but so by the time you get to Jedi Academy, and that's why the Jedi Academy trilogy is an interesting read, because Luke is he's collected all this knowledge that he's been able to scrounge together, but he has no idea how to implement it. He has no idea how to really train. So that's why I'm going to say because at the beginning of Heir to the Empire, for Luke's first chapter, Obi-Wan says, "Luke, this is the last time we're going to talk. I'm moving on now completely. You're never going to hear from me again." And we never do. We never see another Force ghost after the Thrawn trilogy. Never see. Well, actually, technically, I'm wrong. Sorry. I'm sorry. We do during the Vong War, but that's a Sith ghost. That's a Sith Force ghost that talks to Jason. That's not Vergier talks to Jason, where she continues her corruption that she starts with him to send him down the path of Darth Caedus. But I don't think Yoda had any influence on Luke. A roundabout way for me to say, by the time we get to Jedi Academy trilogy, I really don't think, if we're using EU canon lore, Yoda was hands off, just like Obi-Wan went to hands off when Luke reached a certain point. So that was a very long round. Truce of Baccarat. Dane Hamilton, have you never read Truce of Baccarat? I mean, dude, come on. I put you on the path of this a long time ago here. Oh, wait, damn it.
Up, minimize, up.
Yeah, well, it's just my background. Actually, you don't even see it. You just see the thing. There we go. I need to minimize, not escape out of it. Yeah, I mean, dude, yes, in Truce of Baccarat. She did. And she rejected him when Anakin came to see her. And it's not until Tatooine Ghost where she comes to accept her bloodline at that point. Because the thing about Truce of Baccarat, when we look at Leia, she didn't want kids. She was afraid that her bloodline was cursed. She didn't want to make another Vader. So it's not until Tatooine Ghost and her little adventure with Han in that one that she realizes Han really wants kids and she wants to give him children. And she accepts that. And after reading Shmi's diary, or not so much reading, but watching Shmi's diary during that period of time, she realizes that Anakin wasn't always evil. That there was Anakin, that there's Anakin and then there's Vader. They really are two different people. Is that, I must say, that's a thing, isn't it?
Oh,
that
God,
Anakin,
yes.
Anakin
Very
and Vader
much
are
so.
they are two different people. And she sees that, and that's when she realizes, I'm gonna have children.
There was so much soul searching in those books that Disney screwed up. Yeah. Because if they had done that, they couldn't have done their sequels. Let's just be honest. They could not have done them because Leia's soul searching prevented the kids from being all but one being a problem. And also, Han was a good dad. He was not a bad dad.
Han was not a deadbeat dad. Han was the best dad he could have been given the situation and the life they had to encounter. He was the best dad he could have been.
This is one of the things about the Disney Star Wars universe that's always really bugged me. The fact that they not only did they have Leia and Han get a divorce instead of getting their happily ever after, which they deserved nice and proper, but the fact that they made Han a deadbeat dad rather than making him the awesome dad that he was in the EU.
Well, I specifically said he was the best dad he could be. He wasn't an awesome dad because he didn't know how to communicate with Jason. He didn't have a good relationship with Jason. He had a good relationship with Jaina because Jaina took after him more than Jason did. And the problem is that the Vong War was the problem because the horrors of what happened there. And also, no one could have foreseen Jason. I mean, yes, Leia's eventual fear of giving birth to another Darth Vader did come true when Jason becomes Darth Caedus. What happened with Jason is that Jason did mimic Anakin's fall, but in a different way because Jason became disillusioned with the Jedi. By the time we get to Vector Prime. When we start Vector Prime, Jason, after his graduate as a Jedi Knight, he's been out there. Jason went on basically on a Force walkabout, and he visited all the different Force groups that Luke had encountered in his travels, and he learned a lot of different things and a lot of abilities. But he became disillusioned with the Jedi, and that little nugget of disillusionment is what allowed Vergere to get in his brain. Although we didn't know Vergere was a Sith at the time. What happened though is that when Jason was captured after the failure, or it was the successful failure in Star by Star of killing the Voxen Queen, she puts him through Sith training, Sith mental training, and starts teaching him Sith philosophy and ideology, and he doesn't even know it. And by the time he does learn it, he realizes, wow, okay, I believe in the Sith more than that. It wasn't an emotional breakdown like Anakin had. It was a slow burn in Jason. And then when the events happen again, he does things. He takes his turn to the dark side out of love, because he has a vision of a future Sith Lord killing Luke and killing everybody. And no matter how many, and again, he falls into the trap, same trap that Anakin does. Because Yoda was right about that. Never trust visions of the future. The future is always in motion. He kept trying to go down this. No matter what he did, everything happened. The only thing that ever worked is the only thing that ever saved the galaxy is if he killed Luke. So he does that. And the moment Legacy happens, when he kills that first Jedi Knight, I forget her name right now. I haven't reread it when we get back to it. That's when he starts to realize that the ideals of the Sith are better for managing, controlling, and keeping everything in order, and the Jedi push for chaos. And then he realizes, I'm going to do it. And then, of course, the events with his daughter and Tenel Ka and all that stuff, it just pushes, and it kind of mirrors Anakin and Padme a little bit. That's why, again, the authors of the EU knew what they were doing, because they went to George, and George said, you can do this. And George gave them information on how to handle it. It wasn't just out of nowhere. They weren't that fallacy that they were left to the wilderness to just run around and not do anything and not coordinate. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. It's not a surprise that Jason's fall to Darth Caedus mirrors Anakin's fall to Darth Vader in a lot of ways. Although Jason realized that he couldn't make the same mistakes as Vader. He couldn't be a brute. He couldn't just destroy things. He had to soft touch his tyrannical behavior. He had to do it with subtlety and softness, not force choking somebody in the middle of a bridge if they failed you. Which is why that's one of his conclusions. That's why Vader failed, because he struck fear. He wanted to do his tactic was make everybody rely on him for safety. And then, as a Sith, he would rule. And that's why Jason is even more a tragic hero than Anakin was. Because Jason, one of my favorite moments, again, in Unifying Force, when Jason and Luke are facing the Yuuzhan Vong Emperor, Jason's a freaking hero in that moment. He's a hero Jedi right there, standing side by side with his uncle, saving the day. And then a short time later, his descent into evil begins. And then the fact that his own sister has to take him out, sister trained by Boba Fett and Mandos. That's why I love Jaina. Jedi Knight trained to fight like a Mando. Oh! Awesome. I love Star Wars. I love the expanding universe, and I have to get back. I'm going to get back to the book club. I tried to do it this week.
Wouldn't it have been nice if that had been her instead of baby Yoda that was found by Mando and trained and, strong woman character? Maybe?
Yeah. I would also add that, well, as soon as I'm through with the stuff I have now, I really must order more of the EU on my talking books.
Well, hey, not everybody can. I mean, getting books on tape, as we used to call them back in the day. There's nothing wrong with book on tape. I mean, I like to read the actual thing. I like to read the actual thing. I'd rather hear my own voice in my head, or when I read it, I hear the voices of the actors if they have an actor name put to them, or I can create a voice in my head. I don't want to hear somebody else's voice reading something to me. It's just I tried it. I tried. Who's the guy that played Wedge? I can't remember his name. I once had a book on tape of him reading Heir to the Empire, and it was okay. But when I was listening to it, they were leaving parts out. So I was like, yeah, I think I'll just stick to reading the books. I don't need to listen to that. All right. How are we doing, chat? You guys having all right time here? Those of you who are still with us right now, we having a good time? Doing all right? Let me get rid of this here. I'll bring this back up later. Go away. God, no. Stop screen. There we go. Okay. Wow, that was this is the way I want the discussion to go. Just going around different things, have no idea. And this all started with does anybody actually do you hate the prequels? And in the end, no. I don't hate the prequels.
No.
Because
no hate about them.
No hate for the prequels from me.
They're just weaker than the OT, in some ways. Although Revenge of the Sith is good, but I've heard the book is better than the movie.
I can tell you it is.
Yeah, I've heard the book is better than the movie. Because you get more. Honestly, I would like to see a cut of Revenge of the Sith that's maybe 30 minutes longer with more of Anakin's fall. I'd like to see that because I'm sure it's there. I'm sure there's an edit with that. I'm sure there is.
Back then, yeah, there was a lot of edits.
Yeah,
it would be, but George would probably have it because I don't think he gave them.
You damn straight. He's got hard copies of that stuff, or in this case, a digital copy. He's got something saved. He wouldn't have given. He's got it in a vault somewhere.
And for the right price, he might release it.
Well, the only right price is Disney not owning Star Wars anymore. That's the only right price that ever needs to happen. It's just a shame that we have to be forced to have these types of conversations to remind people that Star Wars is still there. I mean, that's something. I guess I'll shift the topic, this conversation in this direction now. I mean, Mustang, I know you feel the same way. We've had this discussion before. It's frustrating to see people get apathetic over real Star Wars.
Oh God, yes.
And I understand it because I wasn't apathetic. I was full on black-pilled. I've told the story plenty of times how I got so when they threw out the EU and the Force Awakens happened. I was black-pilled. I wanted nothing. I almost threw everything out right there. Fortunately, I just put it in a box and put it out of sight.
Yeah, you were smart about it. I've seen people that loved it with every bit of their heart and soul. Just they don't want anything to ever do with it again.
It's my conservative nature, fiscally conservative nature, right there. That's hundreds of dollars at the time of purchasing them. Books some of them might be worth a lot more because some of them are first editions that I managed to replace it at good prices, and some of them are still my original copies. But that's hundreds of dollars, maybe even close to $1,000. I don't know, but that's a lot of money. And as angry as I was, and I was angry, I was so angry when they threw it all out and said it was shit, especially because we were going to get sort of the Jedi trilogy with Jaina. I wanted the next adventure. I was holding. Here's the thing: at the time, I was holding out, not reading the legacy comics, which takes place 120 years later.
Right.
Because I was waiting for the novelization, because I was thinking the novelization will probably do the story more justice than the comic is. It'll be a more thorough, deeper story. So I never read that. I was holding out. I was waiting.
Splinter, for God's sake.
I don't want to read Splinter. I don't want to. Just don't.
It's my experience that being black-pilled is overrated.
Why?
Because you got to have some hope in life. Because if you get too black-pilled, you get too cynical.
Overrated. I think you're using the wrong term. Overrated. I don't think that's a term you want to apply to. Being black-pilled is simply a poor choice. Overrated. There's no joy. Overrated. Usually, when something is overrated, it's usually because people find a lot of joy in something like that. That's when something's overrated. Nobody finds joy in being blackpilled. Being blackpilled is an abysmal, depressing state of mind. And as someone who has been blackpilled on something like this, I can attest to it. It is a miserable, because when you're blackpilled on something, and whenever that thing you are blackpilled on comes across your vision, the rage happens. When you're blackpilled, you're not apathetic. You're filled with anger. You're filled with rage, and you see it, and you are so angry, and that's why I said the only reason I didn't throw all that out is because the fiscally conservative part of my nature couldn't burn or throw out hundreds of dollars of books. I couldn't do it. So I just put them in a box and got them out of my sight. And that worked. And then 17, 18, 19, I'm sorry, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, roughly 5 years later, when I climbed out of it, thanks in large part to finding out that YouTube held a group of people who thought like I did, because TLJ had happened, and the split, the rift had occurred. So there were a lot of people who were angry like I was, but not for the same reasons. But they were now on my side of the battle. They were in my camp. So suddenly I realized I'm not alone, and I can have hope again. And that's where you're right. The thing about being blackpilled is you have no hope, but in the right circumstances, you can get hope back. It's the apathetic ones that are likely not to have hope, because that's just not caring. Being apathetic is a lot even worse than blackpilling, because blackpilling means you still have you care. When you're blackpilled, that means you still care because you're so angry. When you're apathetic, you don't care.
Who wants to have that? Who wants to be apathetic?
Pretty much anybody that loves Tolkien has seen what Lord of the Rings did.
Yeah.
And why they attacked back the way they did. Tolkien fans, it is the one franchise, and Adam could attest, I said long before Tolkien ever came out, a couple of years on the forum, I said, if they ever go after Tolkien, God save them, because the Tolkien fans will not take it.
Oh,
they were white pilled. No, but the apathy, you just got to look at people who were Star Wars fans, but they weren't EU people. They were regular movie fans. The 6 movies, maybe a comic here, or the comic or two there, and video games.
Video games, big time.
They were also probably video game fans too. But you look at those are the ones who became apathetic. Perfect example are Dermy. Dermy's apathetic. Dermy is completely apathetic. He can't even think about it. He's not angry. He just can't even think of any reason to look at a Star Wars. That's why I don't expect him to show up tonight, and even if he's watching, because Dermy just doesn't care. And then again, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be on Vets Talking tonight. I don't know what the rules are for him. I think he's only on Skinamax when that happens. But Dermy is apathetic. Just doesn't care. Doesn't get angry. Just doesn't care. Apathy. Nobody wants to be apathetic. It's one of the things that'll happen when something like this happens to a franchise you love, like Star Wars. You go one. If you're a real fan, you're going to go one of 3 ways. And having been someone who's gone 2 of those ways, I can attest to it. You either black pill, you become so angry, you see it, you're raging, and that shows you still have the passion and love for it. Or you go apathetic, you just don't care. Or you become a warrior. You become a warrior, you grab the banner, and you march out there and you fight against the stands. You fight against these fake fans who run around and claim to love Disney Star Wars and say, oh, but I like the real thing too. Why can't we like them both? No, there is no choosing. This is not a la carte. This isn't order one and keep some of the other. There is Disney Star Wars and there's real Star Wars. There is no crossover. Rogue One cannot exist because in real Star Wars, Kyle Katarn got the Death Star plans.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
In the EU, Luke Skywalker and the Bothans got the Death Star plans, although Palpatine through Shizor put him out there. No, in the comics, they just rewrote in the shitty Marvel Star Wars comics, they just rewrote how the Death Star 2 plans got out. They just rewrote that. No, there are certain things. So you're either black pill, apathetic, or you're a soldier. As a black one who was black pilled, and I had to climb my way out of it, and it took finding all the YouTube channels at the time who were, when it was something, under the banner of the Fandom Menace, which was just a banner, was an organization, it was simply a rallying call. Everybody was under that banner who was pushing back and being lighthouses in the storm, in the night, to tell you, come to us, we're here, we're real fans too, we reject everything Disney. That is what pulled me out of my black pill. And then one day, I woke up. I literally, one week, I woke up. This room was in a different configuration. My desk was over there. And I thought, I want to watch Phantom Menace. I'm going to watch Phantom Menace. I watched Phantom Menace. And I realized I just watched some real Star Wars and I had a good time. Then I'm going to watch, next day I'm going to watch Attack of the Clones. I'll watch Attack of the Clones. I didn't hate it. I wasn't annoyed as I was maybe in the past. I just had a good time. Then I watched Tartakovsky Clone Wars Part 1. Then I fired up The Clone Wars. Watched the entire thing. All the way through to when the last season made by actual Lucasfilm was done. Watched it all. Then I fired up Tartakovsky Clone Wars Part 2. Season 2. Then I watched Revenge of the Sith, and then I was on a roll. Then I watched the OT, and I was hot to trot. I was happy to be Star Wars fan again. I bought that stupid bookcase behind me that doesn't want to stand up straight, that I have to cling to the wall with Gorilla Tape. No, actually, it's T-Rex tape now. I have to cling to the wall with T-Rex tape. And I got my Star Wars books out of the boxes, and I put them back up there because I could look at them again. You shed the black pill, because when you're black pilled, you can still find hope. You can still get a reason because the emotion, the love is still there because you're angry. And that is why if you're black, I don't recommend black pilling. I recommend if you feel liking it, you take a step back, disengage, find some steady footing, and then come back and maybe you'll be okay with whatever you're black pilling on. But don't do it because it's a miserable experience. And I don't know what apathy is like, because when I say I don't care about something, it's usually because I'm not a super fan of it to begin with. But I don't know what it's like to not care about something so much that you don't care, that you have no emotion on it when you maybe once did. I don't know what that's like, but nobody asked for that. And that's the sad part, because I look at guys in our sphere who, again, are movie guys, movie video game guys, little comic guys. That's as far as they got into EU. They're apathetic. They used to love it, like they love it passionately, but now they're apathetic. I mean, perfect example of someone who might be close to crossing back over to caring about real Star Wars again. I've been watching Jeremy on Geeks and Gamers. They've been playing Star Wars Battlefront 2017. I put it on. While they're playing it, I'm busy grinding on Zelda right now. So it was company for me while I was doing mindless grinding on Zelda and searching for shit as I'm cranking out Breath of the Wild content for the membership section. They're having a ball playing, and I hear Jeremy while I was playing it saying, and I wish Jed was still here because I would get some confirmation from him on that because he's there. He was on the stream. Jeremy saying, "Man, I love Star Wars. Star Wars used to be great. Why did they have to ruin it?" I feel as though Jeremy's in that place where he has found something that he loved of real Star Wars. And he's right on the border of not being apathetic about it and maybe getting and maybe being in a position where maybe he could pick up the banner and fight for real Star Wars again like he used to. And not just be apathetic and not give a shit about whatever Disney does. I feel like he's on that border because I was watching him play Battlefront and man, he was into it. He was having a great time being in a Star Wars property. And it was fun to watch, or at least, peripherally watch and listen to. So there is There is coming back, but it's a different course. It's a different course of that kind of. It's a different course to chart your way back from wherever you are, and that's why I say try not to black pill in the first place, because it's black. I've given this rant before. I've done it on a Natural 20 before. Black pilling doesn't solve anything, because when you're black pilled, if you were in this fight, you're not in the fight at all. It's when you're black pilling, you're not in the fight at all, and it's just, especially if you're a powerful voice, you could be a powerful voice. It's just sad because you can't even talk about it or think about it without looking like a maniac. When you're apathetic, you're in the fight, sort of, because you're commenting, you're giving comments on it, but there's no passion to it. Because I mean, this is one of my criticisms. It's criticism I level at Gary, and I level at everybody else who always says Star Wars is dead, and I hate that phrase, because what just died, what has been dying for the past 10 years now, is Disney Star Wars. Real Star Wars can never die, because despite their best efforts, they can't take it away from us. They can't take real Star Wars away from us, because a lot of us were there first before the real stands came around. And that's just a hard fact. So, well, that's why I'm doing this stream tonight. That's why this stream is important to me this year and last year and next year and the year after that. I'm hoping people who may be either apathetic or black pilled, I'm hoping they will find this stream. And I might clip some of this out. I'm hoping they'll find this and realize there's still Star Wars there for you.
The ones I'm going to have a problem with are ones that once Disney is forced to sell this, because they're going to have to sell something. And this is the most likely property for them to sell, because it's the one that keeps costing them money.
Yep. Mm-hmm. What have I been saying for a year? I've been saying
these people are going to come out of the woodwork, and they're going to start spouting stuff off, and they're going to be just, well, for lack of better terms, they're going to be talking out their ass.
Well, which people? Which one exactly? Which ones? Yeah, the apathetic or the black pills?
The black pillars. The apathetics, they're going to definitely be here, and
they'll be an easier turn.
Oh, yeah. They'll be a lot easier.
Because then if Disney sells it, and whoever has the balls to...
Elon, I am telling you right now, he's put out a few tweets lately that make me think he wants it.
I'm not going to put my money on any... I'm not putting my money on Elon to save everything. I can't do that. I'm not that optimistic. I'm sorry.
I bet he could get it for 10 to 20 million or billion.
Let me add this in. Now, I know it's all hypothetical. It might not happen. In fairness, you are right about that, Adam. But I will say this. If Elon Musk were to get a hold of the Star Wars franchise, I would absolutely just fall over laughing.
I wouldn't laugh because
it's such a surprising twist of irony.
What's so irony about it? He's brought on Tucker Carlson. He's starting to bring on other big celebrities. He's going for a production company. Yeah, and this is something he said 20 years ago he wanted to do. Build a production
I would see
company.
Irony in it. It would just be, to me, irony is not the right word. To me, it's just.
He's got to have the right people, though.
It's surprising, but here that's my Mustang.
I agree. He does need to have the right people.
That's my point, Mustang. Whoever he brings on afterwards, because I responded to somebody on Twitter today saying, in a comment. It was a comment on a video that when Disney's going to be forced to sell, because again, I've been saying that for a year. And when it happens, that's going to be the biggest right that I'm going to crow about for a while when that happens. There has to be a purge at Lucasfilm.
Yeah,
it's a common phrase, but I'm going to repeat here. It's not just Kathleen Kennedy. It's everybody she's put into place for the past 10 years. Or 11 years now. We're 11 years in.
It's not even Kathleen Kennedy. That's where I think you make a little bit. They're going to have to do a top down.
Well, I just said that. There's going to have to be a purge.
Yeah, there's going to be a purge, but it's going to have to be even beyond that purge. They're going to have to get into some of the other execs that are messing around. There's more involved in it.
If it's just Lucasfilm, she's at the top, and everything below her is a purge. I think you're just misunderstanding my phrase.
Okay.
When I say purge, I mean everybody must be, or the cancer must be burned out to the root. That means
Chemo.
Yeah. So if she's at the top and she's gone, and when I say everybody put in place, I mean everybody to the top of the executive branch in Lucasfilm. Everybody who she put in place has to go. Everybody who has poisoned everything's got to go. Pablo Hidalgo got to go. All of them got to go. The people who have X's through Luke's face on pictures got to go. All of you got to go. Bunch of goddamn pedos got to go. All of you done. So he'd have to restaff the entire thing. And who would he put in there? That's the question. And we know that Elon maybe doesn't always have the best instincts on who to put into place for things, as we may or may not see with Twitter in the near future, with the chick he put in charge of Twitter right now. So I'm not. If Elon does it to me, it's just it would be a surprise, and it would be definitely be interesting. Now, I don't think he should pay $20 billion. It's worth $4 billion or less because they've driven it into the ground.
Oh yeah, he'll do his due diligence on this one. The only other company that
if he could do it on Twitter, he could do it for Lucasfilm.
Well, yeah. The only other person or group I could see possibly doing it that's big enough, Warner. Warner can take it.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that.
Anime Man, I've got a lot of contacts at Warner that would love to get their hands on this.
I just don't know if it would be a good idea.
Yeah, that's
I think
my real problem.
They would do it. But here's the thing.
You've got to understand. You've got to have a studio or the backing behind it. All the people out there saying, "Oh, this person, that person, this dream, that dream."
Well,
you need a studio or somebody that has the facility to do it.
Once upon a time, there was a place called 20th Century Fox.
Yes.
But then Disney bought it and murdered it.
And we're getting fewer and fewer entities that can actually do it. Now, there are some Indian companies, and I'm talking about India, the country, that if they decide to go for it, they put out some pretty good content.
Mm-hmm.
So they could, there are outside players. So when you look at the whole picture, you got to say, who could do it?
Here's my, I've given this some thought, not a whole lot of thought because we're not there yet. So I only put a little bit of brain power into it. If it would be a group. I feel like it wouldn't be an individual. It would be a group.
Investor group?
That buys it off of Disney.
Possibly.
That's what I feel it would be. Because Disney would, I just don't think they would sell it to a single individual like Elon. I just don't.
See, the reason why I would go with that being more likely, he wouldn't be the immediate competition for him. They give it to an investor group that has backing from a studio, that would be immediate competition. And Disney needs to start making money. They're hurting.
Yeah, but if they need it immediately, they beggars can't be choosers.
In this case, they can. They know they've got a prop. Yeah, they can with this one. They can hold it because they've got, no matter how much you want to look at it, I am a sports guy. ESPN is a cash cow for them. You combine it with the parks, they can do it.
Yeah, but what's going to happen when they put it on streaming only?
I don't know if they're going to be able to, because I've heard a few people talking about the contracts involved lately, and they're like, this will go to the courts, and the courts will tell ESPN, nope, your contract's over. These are public contracts, that it must be broadcast over public airways. So that's probably not going to happen. They can talk.
Well, I just found that amusing that immediately after we had that conversation the next day, I saw that story and I was like, wow, okay. that's a monkey wrench in Mustang's argument if it comes to pass about Disney making money off ESPN.
No, they're going to make money off of ESPN because it's sports. You've got to understand ESPN is also the Fox Sports Network, which that's billions of dollars.
It's gee, that sounds like a monopoly that shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, no kidding.
Agreed.
But if it goes to another company, they would have to have the balls to erase everything Disney did. That's the only thing that would bring back the apathetic, is if they junked everything Disney did.
It's out there forever. The internet's forever.
But if they delegitimize it, it'll be out there. I'm saying I'm not getting.
You're talking about if they basically erase it and redo it correctly.
If they decanonize it.
Yes, then
like
you will get
Disney.
it back.
Here's the problem: Disney attempted to decanonize the EU, and it's failed miserably. You agree with that, right, Mustang?
Oh yeah,
it's failed because one, KK makes that stupid statement about the whole. We don't have all this lore, books and comics and this and that, which was debunked immediately. Yet they go back.
Sorry, I'm allergic to rubbish. That whole thing about that whole thing about there being no material.
Yeah. Okay. But you destroyed my train of thought with that, dude. Destroyed my train of thought. What was I saying? I lost it. Damn.
Well, what got us is saying something. When KK is gone, there is no execs at Lucasfilm. Yes, there is. There will always be execs that go. Even if they get rid of the top, that is the structure of Hollywood. When MGM did a major restructuring, they still had execs in there. Kathleen Kennedy is the face. There is a lot of cancer behind that face that could stay.
Yeah.
And that is something a lot of people, you really need to get deep into the film industry to understand how deep that goes. You may see Kathleen Kennedy as the exec and then the story group and some people under her, but there is actually people under those people and there's people actually above Kathleen.
All right. I'm going to, Jane Hamilton, I'll answer that in a second. I remember what I was going to say. They claimed to have no social media. Did they go back? They went back and butchered it repeatedly. So their attempt to get rid of the EU and canonize it was completely they retconned themselves because they continued to pull from the EU lore for their crap. Rise of Skywalker is a bad adaptation of Dark Empire, and there are loads of other things they've done which is pulling from actual better stories done better, done first. So when I say get rid of, I mean decanonize. And here's the thing. If someone gets it and decides to decanonize Disney canon, no one's going to blink.
No.
The stands, they have no strength. They have no power. And
most of them are bots.
Yeah, and they don't, but those who aren't have no purchasing power. They have no stake in anything. They can't move the needle. Whereas if you decanonize Disney Star Wars and recanonize the EU, and Mustang, we'll have our thing. I want to give it a little more while before we get into that.
Well, I figured that.
Yeah. I'd like Jed to be here for that if he comes back in time.
Who would Jane asked who would replace Kathleen?
I'm going to answer that, and there is no answer for that.
There is.
Well, I mean, I have no answer for that because I don't know. You could answer that because you maybe know the industry and people who are movers and shakers better than I do. But
no, I'll tell you who's going to be it. There is not a name I can give you. It is going to be whoever the investors think is going to bring them return on their money. And they're not going to go with somebody like Kathleen Kennedy that was involved in this prior to it because they've seen what that can do. This is going to come down to the investors. They want their money. They aren't getting it. Right. Look at Disney stocks right now.
I don't believe that. I don't think Jar Jar had that kind of pull.
No, he did not.
Where did you hear that, Jaden? I mean, that sounds like hearsay to me. Jar Jar wouldn't. No, Jar Jar's the person who wouldn't want anything decanonized because he needs stuff be there to build on because he has no original ideas.
He is an adapter. He's not an originator.
Yeah, so he doesn't want decanonization. He wants things there to work with. He doesn't want them forgotten. He needs them there to work with.
He would actually be a director somebody would bring back.
Here's an example. Give me if and when this happened, and Lucasfilm becomes a private entity. When I say private entity, I don't mean privately owned, but not connected to a mammoth corporation like Disney.
Okay.
You just said it. You need someone who not only can get returns, and to me that translates as somebody who understands the lore and the source material and understands the fans. Is that fair?
Fans are the big thing. That is what they will be looking for.
you get a version of Terry Metalis.
Yes, you would. The other thing that you're going to be looking at, the other thing you're going to be looking at is whoever takes it on is going to have to go back to the old school mentality of we're not making a movie to sell the movie, we're making a movie to sell the merchandise. And there are a couple out there that understand that right now.
Mm. You know what you do? What you do is, if this happens, the best thing they could do is decanonize everything that he did, and for the moment, forget about the EU. I mean, recanonize it and put into motion everything the EU was going to keep going with, you know, the sort of the Jedi trilogy and everything beyond. And honestly, I would kind of hope that they redo, that they give us a different version of what they were going to do with the Legacy arc with Cade Skywalker. I was ready to read it, but I was never a fan of that, of where it was going to go. So I was kind of always hoping it was going to play out a little differently when they novelized it. That was my hope. That, of course, we'll never know. I'm kind of hoping they would go in a slightly different direction, because that kind of bothered me that the Legacy arc came out while the mainline EU books were still being written. Had such a had such a jump into the near future. And it kind of almost relegated what I was reading into prequel territory. And that bothered me. That's why I was never a fan of it. And that's another reason why I didn't touch it in the comments, because Mustang, you know this. There's tiers to what's relevant, and comics are below books.
Oh, yeah.
Books rate higher. So if the EU timeline had decided to go not in the direction of the Cade Skywalker Legacy arc, I would have been okay with that, because that's comics. And I could easily, sorry to all the comics guys out there, I could easily disregard the comic because the book would take priority. Just like some people say a movie takes priority over a book. Which again, then the comic guy would argue with me, and I would argue with the movie guy, depending on what you're dealing with.
The book takes priority over all, because that is where the sources come from, is the book.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think when it came to that argument for Star Wars people, for a certain level of Star Wars fan, they always said that the movies are all that mattered and the EU was just fan fiction and didn't count. That's right. Why that was their argument for why the movies were more important than the books.
Star Wars is a different creature because the movies came before any books were released. Mm-hmm. It's an exception to the rule, and there are always exceptions. But once the first three were out and we started getting EU, we started getting sanctioned books by Lucas. Those books are canon.
That's my art. That is always the core of every argument I make about why I say the EU is real Star Wars canon, because George was involved. He had his fingerprints all over it. Nothing happened. Nothing happened without his say-so. And he used his veto power often. There's a great website. It's defunct. I have to find somebody archived parts of it. There was a great website that had an entire, basically massive archive page of the entire chart of how Lucas was involved with the EU.
Despite he had more vetoes than the last 5 presidents of the United States. He was active.
Yeah, and that's why we love George, but George is a little schizophrenic, because he'll complain about the EU, and he'll complain about things in the EU, but he okayed it. So that's why we love George.
He's hindsighting those things, because I've seen some of the ones he's talked about, and it's like, you know, I could kind of see where I would agree with George on this one, and then there's some that I'm going, you know, George, no, you want to leave that one because it was pretty good. But I could see him hindsighting, and we all do that, and that's perfectly fine, because that's the nerd and the fan in us going back and looking at it, going, you know, and that's what's great about when George was doing it, and that's why it is canon.
Yeah. It's canon. The Thrawn trilogy is the next trilogy.
Yes.
And
if you don't mind, I actually have a rather interesting hypothesis. Now, if you agree with me, great. If you don't agree with me, that's just fine. But my girlfriend and I have often talked about this, because she's something of a Star Wars fan too. We think the reason that Kathleen Kennedy went the way she did was two things. One, of course, hubris, because they thought they could outdo George Lucas at Star Wars, and as we all know, no one can outdo George Lucas at Star Wars. And there's also the fact that they didn't want to pay the creators of the EU, because you have to admit, when you look at the books such as Timothy Zahn, they did an absolutely brilliant job.
No. You're honestly, you're a little wrong on that, because you're operating off of you're thinking there is actual evidence of what happened there. One, the deal with the Disney made, George was complete. He got his payout. There was nothing to pay George.
Yeah.
And decanonizing all stuff had nothing to do with not paying people, because they didn't pay people that still had some contracts. They just plain old didn't. It's not that they tried not to. They just didn't.
There's still money owed.
Yeah, there's still money owed. Same thing. It's not about trying to. It was never about trying to do Star Wars better. It was about destroying it. Because Kathleen Kennedy, this is it's a little hearsay, but it's kind of common knowledge hearsay. She has a chip on her shoulder, her shoulder. She has a chip on her shoulder when it comes to George and it comes to Spielberg. She wants to undo what they did because she has an inferiority complex when it comes to them. Why do you think she's not? Yeah. Why do you think she is continuing with Indy 5? She could have stopped at Star Wars because, yeah, George was involved with Indiana Jones too. He wrote the stories, but she could have just stopped at Star Wars. No, now she wants to make sure she gets what Spielberg did in this realm too with Lucasfilm. So it's not about trying to do better. It's about destruction because of pettiness. It's about taking away from them to make herself look important and better. And if it had worked out that it was more successful, then it would have just been gravy on the mashed potatoes, and the icing on the cake, cherry on top, the sprinkles. No, it's about anger and loathing. It's not about, because these aren't creative people, and creative people who are uncreative people who work with creative people, they have chips on their shoulder because they want to so much be that creative mind. But when you're in the presence of greatness and you're not, and you're a malevolent little bitch like Kathleen Kennedy, it eats away at you. And when you have the chance to have that power and you use it, that's why she lied to George. George chose her because she lied to him for decades that she would be the custodian he needed. He put her forward as that was the kicker for the deal when he signed it over to Iger, that they put Kathleen Kennedy in charge, but she had been a good little bootlicker for 30 years. Good little bootlicker for 30 years, and George thought she was trusted. But in all that time, just biding her time so that she could just get in there and then wreck it all. That's all it was. But she can't wreck it all because she can't take that away. She can't take the movies away. She can't take this away from us. So
the great thing about Kathleen Kennedy is she's going to go down in history as a failure, whereas George will go down in history, well, as George.
Yeah, for all George's eccentricities towards the end of his ownership, he's still George. We still love him because he gave us Star Wars. And he facilitated the expanded universe.
Oh, yeah.
Grew it beyond his wildest dreams.
Yeah, and I do agree with you in that George Lucas's decision to hand over Star Wars to Disney and Kathleen Kennedy was a mistake, a terrible mistake.
In hindsight, but he didn't know it at the time. He thought he was putting it in somebody's hands that would take care of it and love it.
He thought he had his custodian that would keep it out of the hands of the white slavers, as he put it. He thought he had his custodian.
Exactly. But here's a $1 million question. How do you know who's telling the truth and who's not?
You can pretty much.
You can go back and read it.
Watch the interviews George has given post sale. That's truth. That's honesty. That's a man who realizes he sold his child, as he said, to white slavers.
That was his quote.
I'm not making it up. That is George's quote. And to be blatant, and when blatantly asked in that interview by that school kid that one time, what blah blah blah. Oh, what they're doing with in Star Wars, I have nothing to do with it. This isn't my Star Wars. He knows exactly what he's saying. So no, George is gonna be like I said, he's gonna be loved forever. He gave us Star Wars. He facilitated the EU, and he loved fans. See what you will, even when he was annoyed with us, he loved us because he let the fans be fans. Mustang, you know this.
There are interviews from just a few months ago where he's just talking to people and he stopped on the street and they recognize him, and he still stopped and talked to him. George loves his fans. His politics and everything aside that we can always argue with, one thing you can never say about George, he has always treated the fans with respect. He may have fired back at us, but George is also a nerd at the same time. So
he didn't like it when we had a nerd fight with him. He hated it because we're like, why are you making Ewoks blink? Why are you doing that, George? I'm not going to buy the Blu-rays making Ewoks blink. You're making Vader say no at the end of Jedi. Why are you doing that, George? And we annoyed the hell out of him, but he still liked us because he let people make fan movies all the time without an issue. Because they were just fan movies.
Yeah, there was no copyright. He let people do things.
Yeah. Yeah. But Disney, they're tyrants. They don't like fans.
George has said multiple times how he has loved where fans have done things. Because that's what Star Wars is about. How many times has he said it? Star Wars is for everybody.
Here's something too. When Jason Solo was falling to Darth Caedus, when he was when they were writing it in the middle of Lake Stark, they hadn't decided that his Sith name was going to be Caedus yet. It was a fan poll that chose Caedus.
Yep.
Fans, like I always say, are the lifeblood of a franchise. And it's never been more apparent what it looks like when you have fans of Star Wars reacting to stuff. I mean, we have been going for over 2 hours now, and we've been dancing around things. We haven't even had character discussions yet outside of Anakin and Yoda. We touched a little on the prequels. Now we've drifted to something else, but there's still passion here. Excuse me, hiccups. There's still passion going on here because there's love. I'm not filled with hate towards Star Wars. It's just disappointment that my Star Wars has been made a second-class citizen. The real Star Wars is treated like the redheaded stepchild we call Jed and taken out behind the barn and slapped around. While Disney Star Wars gets given the favorite child treatment and marches around pretended to be the heir when they were the second born and not worthy and not trained, not properly groomed. And I use that without the terminology we apply to it in these conversations these days. They had no right to it. The usurpers. I said that once recently during fights. Disney are usurpers. And anybody that claims to welcome them in with say, oh, we can have this and this. You can I'll just say the EU because I don't want to use the dirty word, the Disney slur that begins with an L. You can like the EU and like this one. There's room for everybody. When you open your arms, huh?
No, I really can't because that L word is not Star Wars.
No, no. The L word is a slur used to demean real Star Wars. And if you open your arms and welcome in Disney Star Wars without saying, and again, I attach this to it because I've had friends who say I like watching it, but I know it's not Star Wars. As soon as you say that, I know you aren't a collaborator welcoming in the usurper to the throne. So there is only one way.
Exactly.
Real Star Wars. You can't have both. And that's why when they sell it, it will hopefully be to people who have balls and understand where the fans are, who has the money, what we want. But when they do that, we circle back to what I went off on another tangent on that. If somebody gets their hands on it, you need to keep the EU on the shelf for just a little bit, even though I would want them to keep going with Sword of the Jedi, and just focus on real original trilogy and real prequel trilogy stuff for a while. You have to rehab the IP. You have to let the air clear. I mean, re-release the original trilogy in the theaters.
Yeah, that's what I was about ready to say. Is what you need to do is you need to get to the vaults, re-release the original, uncut, unedited, unadded, just the original as released in 1977.
Do it all. Do a series of releasing the original cuts, then release the special edition 2.0, not the Blu-ray 2.5.
Here's how you make your money. Release episode 4 as it was, release the toys as it was, and then wait a couple years and then do Empire, do the same thing. Build your get the goodwill back.
Yeah.
And then go ahead and that'll give you say 5 to 6 years. That'll get fans back into it going, okay, we're not getting any more of the garbage. We've forgotten his memories.
Let me add something to that. May I?
Yeah, go.
Then while you're doing that, put out some good video games.
Oh God, yes. Definitely.
Do the proper remaster, not reboot, remaster of Knights of the Old Republic. Give it a massive Unreal Engine 5 facelift, but then lift the exact same story and just plop it down right in there. That's all you got to do. Just remaster, do the same thing for KOTOR 2. Give a remaster to Shadows of the Empire. People loved that on the N64. You know what you do? You remaster all the classic LucasArts games.
Yes.
That's what you do. That is how you earn back goodwill.
Including X-Wing and TIE Fighter.
Well, yeah, that's LucasArts. That's why I said all LucasArts games. That's why I specifically said that. Remaster them all. All the stupid ones that go on sale on May the 4th. Remaster all of them.
You want to really do it?
Hmm?
You want to really get the fans back? Because the real fans of Star Wars, and even some of just the average fans, they know there's some authors out there that need to get paid. First thing you do is pay them and say, we're bringing them on to help us, and they're going to get paid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what you do,
get back authors like Timothy Zahn.
No. Timothy Zahn is on the payroll of Disney right now.
Oh, he's not. Never mind then.
He's been on the payroll. Now, I don't fault him for that. Man's got to make a living. He's been writing Thrawn books and stuff for years. Thrawn's been on the payroll of Disney for years.
Like,
Thrawn's not dead right now, according to Disney.
Get the EU authors back.
Well, some of them.
Well,
there's only right now there are only 3 good ones because I was informed when I made a comment a month ago that Aaron Alston has passed away, so I used him as an argument.
Oh dear!
But you get Troy Denning, you get James Luceno, you can get Timothy Zahn because Zahn will happily probably write real Star Wars again. Let's be honest. All you got to do is read the footnotes. The author's notes in the 15th anniversary edition or 20th anniversary edition of Heir to the Empire I have over there. He loves real Star Wars. He loves it. He wants to take care of it. He understands how to do it and properly respect it. What he's doing now, when all his latest interviews and all this stuff, I think it's lip service.
He's under contract with Disney.
He's playing the game. He's playing the game. He's got to make a living. And if they're gonna do it, you might as well let the man who created the character do it. But he would go right back, I think, and happily do it. But you get James Luceno, you get Troy Denning. Can't get Aaron Alston because again he passed away. I found that out recently.
Stover's out there still.
You could get Kevin J. Anderson again too.
Ooh,
you can bring Kevin J. Anderson. But to me, the most important for me would be getting that creative room, Troy Denning and James Luceno, because they wrote the best books. The best ones are either Denning or Luceno in EU books when we got into the past 20 years prior to the from basically from 98 to 2011, Luceno and Denning, their books were the best. They were always the best. So you get I always said you get the guys who understand Star Wars in the creative room, but you, to Mustang's point, create goodwill. Focus on the original trilogy. Re-release the movies, all versions of them, one at a time. Space them out. Video games, toys, but focused on it, but only the original stuff that people love. And if you give remastered versions of all that great stuff, it builds the goodwill. You rebuild the passion that people had. And if you do that for a while without referring to Disney Star Wars at all, the faith will be restored. And the apathetic ones will come back faster than the black pills. Black pills might not come back because they might be too burned.
They will come back in time if it's under somebody else. I think they're black pill Disney, not Star Wars.
Fair point. Fair point. I mean, well, listen, you all, my path out of black pill cannot, everybody's path is their own path out of black pilling. If you've gone that far, you can't just do it. That's why whenever somebody says they don't care anymore or they hate something, and I say one day you're going to come back, just give it time. I've said that to Dermy. Hell, Jed had him black pill, but he'd been somewhat apathetic until we started doing our Empire Strikes Back Jedi discussions.
That is true.
And now he's in love again. He had a great time watching Empire and Jedi. And if he has the time, I know he'd love getting into the books. Now, Jed's a very busy guy. He gets less sleep than I do. So I'm not going to try and tell him to go read a book. But
yeah, and he's spreading that into everybody else too. Damn it, I didn't get any sleep the last 2 nights.
Actually, I got 9 hours of sleep last night. I feel great. I slept last night. For the first time in 4 days, I slept. It was great.
Well, I got the first video or the first script kicked out, so he's ready to go with the first one.
Yeah, I'm not doing mine till June. He told me I don't have to do it till June, and I'm not going to. What? I don't have to. But there's a way back. There's a way back, and again, we have another conversation we're saving for later where it could have gone a different way. There was a path where none of this could have happened, even with Disney as owners. There was a path.
Yes, there
but
is.
Again, we'll talk about that later. Let's see. I want to get back into talking about Star Wars. We spent way longer talking about the politics surrounding it than I really wanted to, but it's where the conversation went. All right, Mustang, since you were there first, what's been your relationship with Star Wars video games over your lifetime?
Off and on playing them as I could, trying to run a business.
No, but I mean, no, not like that. I mean, what were your first ones? And I mean, what did you lean towards when you played a Star Wars video game? Because there have been a lot of variations.
Okay, leaning towards anything I could get my hands on. It was Star Wars.
Okay.
Playing, I think I played them all at one point or another, at some form or another, and I just always they were enjoyable. I think that's the best way I can describe it. I enjoyed playing them. When in probably the last 6 years, I wasn't able to play them near as much as I wanted to, but really the last 12, because I've been
hasn't been much new.
Yeah,
so
there hasn't been much, and with me going more PC play than anything else, because I got rid of all the other stuff, it's just there were other things that struck my fancy, and I went, okay, I've done them, I've done this, I've done that, and then when Disney got it, I'm like, do I want to touch anything that Disney might be part of? And goes back to the conversation.
Hard no for me. Yeah, hard no. I mean, my earliest days of remembering Star Wars video games, I remember arcade games when I was a kid.
Ooh,
I
yeah,
remember the Trench Run game, the Death Star Trench Run game. Of course, tiny little boy me had no capability to play that whatsoever. I died 2 seconds in every time I tried.
Everybody did.
Couldn't do it.
I think arcade style, there was the one that you sat down in. I can't remember if it was called X-Wing or TIE Fighter.
I just remember the Trench one. That's the only one I remember.
Yeah, there was into the Trench too.
There was another one, and I actually got reminded of it because I was watching G&G Daily today, and I saw it behind J. Drunk 3PO. A Return of the Jedi game where you're on a Hoth speeder, a speeder on Hoth. I remember that one. I didn't play it much though; it wasn't available. But there was also, now I'm skipping way ahead in the timeline. Did you ever see the one in the arcade where it was a pilot seat with a giant control stick, and you had to fight Boba Fett with a lightsaber, and eventually you could get all the way to Vader? Did you ever see that one?
Yeah, it had Vader and Luke up on the top of it where I played it.
Yeah, see, I just saw it in a random place a couple of times, and I was never very good at it. I just couldn't quite get the move.
When the players were playing, once you managed to get to Luke and Vader, because it was a 1 versus 1 video game, then up top, there was a big glass box up there with Luke and Vader in it, And as the people were playing, every move was transferred up there, so the entire arcade could
Oh,
see it.
yeah, I never saw that one. The one I had was just a simple one, and it never had Luke and Vader. It was just you against Imperial characters, like a couple guys, Boba Fett, Vader. I think I
East
made it to
Coast
Vader
guys didn't
once.
have it as good in video games, did you? For arcades.
Oh, I had good arcades. This is one I found in a random place once. I only saw it in a random place. I had good arcades as a kid, but for me, Star Wars gaming didn't take off until consoles. Really, for me, I didn't have. I didn't play the X-Wing. I played like one X-Wing game in my cousin's house once.
I played the Star Wars pinball game to the point I broke it.
I don't count pinball. That's different.
That's a game, dude. Pinball's
I'm not saying it's not a game. It's just not the same thing. It's pinball.
Yes,
it's just pinball with a Star Wars theme and decoration on it, but it's not. Or maybe there's a doodad inside that does something Star Warsy, but it's still at essence pinball. I'm talking games where you're doing Star Wars stuff in the digital environment in the game. I'm not saying pinball's not a game. I'm just saying that when I mean Star Wars game, I mean a Star Wars game. I remember the NES games when they came out, though, because I could rent those. I didn't have a computer to play X-Wing on. I told you I didn't have that.
No, I'm just remembering how bad the graphics were on those.
Yeah, they were bad. But Nintendo Power gave you a complete walkthrough of the first Star Wars NES game. It was kind of cool. I did my best. I wasn't very good at it. And the Empire Strikes Back one was so terrible, though, because that's what that conversation we've been having, where it's just kick your ass mode from level 1. Those games hated you. They didn't want you to get far.
No, that's because the designers were smart enough to realize there was people that wanted to play hard and didn't want to have arachnophobia.
Yeah, but
mode.
when you're a 7-year-old, you don't have the reflexes to do it. You can't do it. And I just wanted to see what Darth Vader looked like in the Empire Strikes Back game on the NES. I just wanted to see what he looked like. I didn't care. I wanted to see what Vader looked like, but I wasn't good enough to get past Hoth. I couldn't get past the Battle of Hoth.
You know,
until I bought a Game
for
Genie.
that.
What?
You know how to? Did you ever figure out how to get past Hoth?
Yeah, I got a Game Genie and I put the code in and let me skip levels.
Yeah, the other way was come up from fly out on the outskirts of the map and come up from behind the AT-ATs and take them all out from behind, because somebody when they coded the game, they screwed up the.
I was a little kid. I didn't think 3-dimensionally like that. I just did what the game told me to do.
Yeah, didn't take 3-dimensionally enough to get a Game Genie. Come on.
Well, no, that was years later. That was a few years later.
Okay.
I rented a Game Genie and I messed around with a bunch of games, and there was a code for that one in the book, so I rented that at the same time, and I wanted to see what happened. And I never got it to work either. I never got far enough. I still never saw what Vader looked like. I still never got there. I got myself to Bespin, but I never saw it.
You want to talk about Game Genie? I used it on Xavius. That game pissed me off so bad.
I never used a Game Genie to win. I used it to mess around. I rented it and used it, or I used it to get extra gear. Like I used it on Final Fantasy IV, then 2, to get glass weapons and shit like that. I just messed around. I never actually used a Game Genie to win anything. It was purely for shits and giggles.
If I might add in my 50 bits, my gaming experience with Star Wars began with the Trenchfire game and the what's the word? Oh, the bikes, the speeder bikes on in Jedi. Also, I played them a little bit at a place called Electric Castle's Wonderland, a chain of arcades in my neck of the woods. Also, I played I think it was on either Atari or in television, the Star Wars game where you played a snow speeder shooting at AT-ATs on Hoth.
Yeah. I never played the Atari stuff because, again, I had, like I told Mustang the other day, I had the floppy Atari, and it was just what was there. And my stepdad didn't buy new games for it. It was just a giant collection of games. There was no Star Wars game in that one. But they stopped making them on the NES after Empire, because then we got the Super NES. Now, I saw Jaden Hamilton mention the game. The Super Star Wars games, now those were great. Did you get those, Mustang? Or were you out by then?
Probably was out. I'm trying to remember. There's been so many of them I've played. I'm trying to.
The Super Star Wars games were just fantastic. I mean, we talked about this last year. I remember talking about this last year. They were fantastic because it really brought the entire story to life in a video game. It was so much fun to be Luke, to be Han, to be Chewie, and then when you got to Return of the Jedi, you could even be Leia. You could choose to be Leia if you wanted on certain levels. It was great, and Vader, and what really got me, because then I finally got my wish fulfilled. When you got to Vader on Bespin, when you were Luke and you got to his stage there, Vader was for 16-bit animation, 16-bit graphics. Oh man, did Vader look good! And there was a really cool thing you could do if you turned on a force power saber deflection, and you could just stand there and have a duel with Vader. And I mean, the game kind of would stop. He wouldn't really damage you. You could just stand there and have a 16-bit lightsaber duel with Vader. And I did that all the time. It was just badass. I loved it. But those games are fantastic. And,
yeah, I was probably checked out because I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, that's Super Nintendo. You probably aged out of consoles at that point. You're probably out. You said you're moving on to PC at that point, probably. Anyways, my guess, because you're playing X-Wing. You say you're playing X-Wings games. So
2012 is when I went over to PC.
Oh, okay. So this is 10 years before that. All right. So I guess you were doing adult things. I was still a kid.
Yeah.
But the Super Star Wars games, that changed Star Wars gaming for everybody. And that was the middle years before the EU started. What year did Super Star Wars come out? Let me check that. I always never remember. Let me look. Say Super Return of the Jedi, because that would be the last Super Return of the Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Here we go. Released in I'm sorry, 94. So the EU had started.
If it was 94, I would have definitely been still doing it.
Yeah, the Superstar. Let me check Super Star Wars.
I'd have to see a picture of it, though.
Hang on, I'll bring it up a second. I'm just looking at dates right now. I'll bring it up. No, not Super Return of the Jedi. What the fuck? God damn it, Google. Stop it! Fucking auto-fill in. Motherfucker.
Yeah, I turned that off a long time ago.
Well, sometimes I do need it because I don't know how to spell Mustang. I just go back to the main thing. It only does it on the already search page. It doesn't do.
You're not related to Biggles, are you?
No. I like Yankees. All right, so Super Star Wars was 92. So here's the thing. Okay, this makes a lot of sense.
Show me a picture of it.
I will. I'll bring it up. Let me switch the images. Super Star Wars is 92. Heir to the Empire came out in 91. So this is brilliant, Mustang. This is marketing brilliance, because let's fire up old Star Wars stuff, get kids excited playing Star Wars games. And here comes.
I remember the Return of the Jedi cover. I remember that one.
These games were great. That's Slave Leia. Her level, you got to be Slave Leia, and you basically whip people with her chain. That was her weapon in that level. And you fight Jabba.
I also remember that one.
The Hoth?
Yep.
Let me get another picture of this one there. The
God, that
Super Empire Strikes Back Hoth. Hang on. Super Back Hoth. This level was fantastic. I talked about this the other day. I remember talking about this the other day. I think it was on Monday. This was incredible, Mustang.
Oh, God, yes. Okay, now. Yes.
Because at the time, these graphics were mind-blowingly awesome. When you're on the Super NES, you had to fly the speeder, and you had to aim, and you had to connect it with the AT-AT legs, and then you had to spin it around. You had to actually do the trip attack. Unlike the NES version, we just fired a weapon and it toppled them. In this one, you had to do.
This is like a whip.
You had to do the loops, though. Once it was connected, you had to do the loops until it fell down. It was so awesome. to do that. I loved it. So much fun to actually do that in the game. I loved every minute of it. It was great. You even had to go up against ATSTs, shoot them down. You could shoot the ATSTs, but the only way to take down an AT, let me get a better picture of that. Oh, well, is this? Wait a minute. Is that? We can watch it. Let's watch a minute of this. Yeah, let's watch it. Okay, let me give me a second. Let me switch to Chrome with this. Let me get this up. Let me switch to Chrome. This is great. See, this was Star Wars gaming when I was a kid, man. I played my NES games as best I could, but it was on the SNES where I really became good at games because my reflexes were better and the games were allowing you to do more at that point. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Let me see if it boots up. Let me see. Hang on, this is doing the whole Hoth level. Let's just go to this guy doing the speeder run. Here we go. All right, let me screen it. Nope, we'll screen it. Screen. Professional grade engineering. Okay. Here we go. This is great.
This I have got to see.
Eight-bit Battle of Hoth music, baby. I love it. Dun, 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 dun. I love it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Now let's get to the good stuff, though. Hang on, let me see here. Here we go. This is phase 1, phase 2. Look at that, dude. All right, let's wind back. I cut to you too quickly. Hold on. I won't skip it. Oh. Mission 3 destroyed 5 AT-ATs. Watch this.
Yep,
look at that. You got to hook it.
Of. Yep.
Look at that, man. Isn't that awesome?
Star Wars done right.
Back in 93, it didn't get any better than this. 94. This was 94. You had to actually do it. That's how great it was, man. This was fun. Look at that. He's trying to hook it. There, he's got it hooked. There you go. I love this. He's getting hit. He should be doing a little bit better job. He's getting hit too much. All right, that's enough of this. How far does this go? Let me see how far this goes. This is an entire. Oh wow, it's only like 32 minutes. Let me see if I can show you Vader. Yeah, here we go. All right, this is Luke on Bespin. So Luke's now coming up on Vader here. Now in this game, you had to acquire your Force abilities, and you could switch them, have Force and kind of stuff. So now Luke is heading towards Vader. This is really cool. Vader looks great in this. Is he almost there? Yeah, here he comes. All right. He's just dodging. He just wants to get to Vader. This guy's speed running it. Here we go. Doesn't Vader look really good? He just speed ran through that there. Here we go. All right. All right, hang on. Oh, he's going to do my trick in a second here. All right. Let's go back up. All right, here we go. I think he does my trick where he does the whole... This guy must be using some sort of thing, because that was really easy. It was a little harder. I remember it being a little bit harder. Let me skip forward to Vader again. Well, now it's boss level. What I used to like to do here was turn on Force Deflect and Saber Deflect, and I'd let them fight Saber Deflect for a while. I remember it being a little bit harder. I remember this being harder. Then again, he's taking a lot of damage. He's just going crazy with it. That's the end of it. That was the end of it. But that's what that's what Star Wars gaming was like for me in the beginning. These games, Super Star Wars series. And then over the years, I moved towards strategy games, honestly. Until KOTOR. And I had to get an Xbox for that in the beginning. That's the only reason I ever got an Xbox, was to play KOTOR. I had no interest in Xbox gaming until then. None at all. So you had seen that Mustang.
Oh yeah, I played it.
Yeah. You just don't remember.
30 plus years ago.
I know, we all can't have my crazy ass memory. But that, I mean, to me though, I missed when they did Star Wars Galaxies, the first MMO, which was the next level of Star Wars gaming, because I didn't have a PC. They didn't make it a Mac version of that. And I was always sad, because then I was just left with KOTOR. I just replayed KOTOR 1 and KOTOR 2 over and over again, and I had strategy games like Galactic Battlegrounds or Empire at War, stuff like that. But then the Old Republic happened, and I got to do everything I loved in KOTOR, but for lack of a better term, in 4K, live, real and powerful and passionate. And I will always recommend people go play Star Wars: The Old Republic, because you can be anything you want in that with all the choices. You can play how you want. You can be anything you want. But that's true Star Wars love. Getting into those worlds, being in the galaxy. And it all happens because Lucas had freedom. He gave freedom to people back then. He let the fans have fun. He put these projects in the hands of fans and people that cared. And that's why the gaming aspect is so important to all of this. Because without that's why I said it was when I always forget that the Super Star Wars games came out when the Thrawn trilogy started, which means that's brilliant marketing. Like I said before, when we started watching clips, let's put out these video games, get people excited for Star Wars, and then they're going to see a Star Wars book with their favorite characters on there. They're going to want to read it. It's brilliance. And that ties into what we're talking about of how you save everything, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Tie it all together. Make it fun again.
Bring back the old and tie it together. There is a reason that when Lord of the Rings was re-released in theaters, they were sold out. People love them. You re-release Star Wars, the original, in the theaters, people will go.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Here's the thing, though. Would you now? I hear what you said earlier about re-releasing them individually. You think people would go for a 6-hour sit to watch all three back to back, a triple threat?
Not enough people to make it worth it. That's a long time to sit in a theater, and at theater prices today, I don't think so.
Yeah, you're probably right. You see, I would do it, but I'm crazy. I'm nuts. All right, let's go back to talk about the movies again a little bit and why they worked and why they still work. I mean, you go back to the original Star Wars, and such a simple hero's journey, good versus evil.
That's all it was supposed to be.
That's why it worked. That's why it's still timeless. And you create characters that are easy to connect to. I mean, perfect. I mean, when I was a kid, and these things have been out, it was done. This is post 83, so it's all done for the time being. It's completely done. I was in preschool, and the preschool I went to, there was a giant playground out back. When the weather was nice, we could all go out there. We like old school log jungle gyms with all kinds of stuff on them. Big ass playground. We would go out there and we'd play Star Wars. Mustang, one guess who I always chose to play at?
Boba Fett.
Serious guess, please.
Okay, a serious guess. Probably Obi-Wan.
No.
Luke?
No. Oh, you both fail. Every time Han Solo. I never a question. Never a question, because Han wasn't always he's my favorite character. Han was the coolest. He was a badass. He was great. Back then as a kid, being a Jedi didn't really appeal to me, honestly. I wanted to be Han Solo. I wanted to be the swashbuckler. I wanted to be the scoundrel, the rogue, the guy who got the girl. So I got to be Han Solo. But we played Star Wars back then. And that was a thing you did as kids. I mean, you went out and you played these stuff. You didn't just play with the action figures. We were LARPing. We're running around playing these stories. We had special things out there that we said, this is your, like the kid who played Luke. There was this weird white tube that we don't know what it's for, but hey, here's your lightsaber. Here you go. I forget what I used as a blaster, but I just remember these things. We actually played it. And we played our little adventures out there, and then it was done. And then we went inside, and there were toys to play with. And we played with Star Wars toys. It was the thing to do. This is how mind-boggling how far we've come away from actually enjoying Star Wars. Kids back then wanted to be Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Leia. Oh. They wanted to be these characters because even a kid of 5 or 6 could connect to these characters.
There's a big reason we've lost it. It's this little pocket computer that everybody's got that nobody goes outside anymore because of, and they've lost imagination.
Yeah.
And it's undeniable.
It's the dumbing down of everything too. It's the not respecting of it. And also in some cases, I don't think people are passing it on. I mean, the original movie was passed on to me like it's been passed on so many others. It was all shown to me because somebody before me loved it.
As I said the other day, could you imagine if we were to start seeing re-releases of original Disney animation? How many grandpas, hi, I'm a grandfather, would take their granddaughters to go see it? How many dads would take their kids to go see Lion King?
It would make more money than what's about to happen tomorrow.
Agreed.
I'll talk to you about that off camera.
Oh, you have something to tell me. Oh, I can't wait. That's non-Star Wars discussion. So I've just tell me this. Am I going to look right by Sunday?
The world is going to look right by Sunday.
I'm going to look real good come Sunday and Monday. I'm going to look real good. Monday night, we're going to look good on Mellow Mondays. I think.
Let's just say what the clips that you've seen ain't nothing yet, Sonny.
Ooh, I love my Mustang. I really do love being right. I really do.
God, it's bad. It's really
I love
bad.
it. Oh yes. Okay, we can't. That's not Star Wars related. It is Disney related, but it's not Star Wars related. And we've only talked about Disney Star Wars to make fun of it here tonight. But the original movie, the impact it had. Original Star Wars revolutionized everything, didn't it?
Oh God, yeah, yeah. It was.
Oh yeah.
You from the special effects, because I just rewatched A New Hope 3 weeks ago. I watched it before we did the Empire stream, and even watching it in that moment after the scrawl, when you see the blasts of the Star Destroyer attacking the blockade runner, and then suddenly here comes the blockade runner, and then here comes the Star Destroyer, and it turns around, and there's Star Destroyer. No one had ever seen anything like that before.
The scale that it was done on, I'm not even going to touch what we saw on screen. I'm just going to say it revolutionized the film industry as a whole. And then you cannot forget Jim Henson and the Creature Shop and everything they did.
Oh, yes.
Henson Magic, and there's a reason it's Henson Magic. Well, that you think about it, the powerhouses, the creative powerhouses working on this. It's part of a dream team.
The only one, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, of the real powerhouses at that time, the directors upcoming, the ones who had the brain, the only one I don't think that touched it was Ron Howard. And he was definitely, he could have done it if he'd wanted to. He had those connections with them.
Well, we saw what he did with Solo.
Lost money.
Yeah, he was brought in the last minute, but still. I mean,
he got the Peter Jackson treatment being brought in the way he did. That's why I'm always forgiving of Peter Jackson and The Hobbit, because he was brought in under studio rules, studio laws, studio BS, and they couldn't fix it. They brought in the best they could to try and make it passable, but they could not fix it because they couldn't. They knew. He knew. It'd been like Peter Jackson. They knew they had to do what they could, and at least PJ had enough juice that he could get something.
Could push it. But yeah, so I still, if I was Ron Howard, I wouldn't have gone near Solo. I wouldn't have gone near it.
I think he wanted to save it because he loved George. That is, I've always said.
Yeah,
that.
I guess.
Come on, those two on American Graffiti, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that's out there. That was him doing it to try and.
But George didn't. This wasn't a George thing, though. Solo.
No, but this is George's legacy, and Ron's going to be protective of that.
But George's legacy is intact.
Well,
maybe then you couldn't say that, but we can say that now.
Yeah.
I mean, back then, again, so to link this to what we're talking about here with the original movie, Harrison Ford as Han Solo, again, out of nowhere.
He just wants to get paid. He don't care.
But no, I don't care about that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying he's Harrison Ford. He is Han Solo. Han Solo on the screen. It's completely different. There's a reason, even though, I mean, they bought his likeness to put it on the cover of every goddamn book forever going forward. There's no separation when it comes to Han Solo and Harrison Ford. There just isn't. So Disney trying to make Alden Ehrenreich Han Solo, that was their attempt to erase the original trilogy. Because, and I agree with people who say this, their goal is to try and remake it, but they're running out of time. Right? Thank God they're running out of time. They're not going to get that far. They're never going to get to that point, I don't think now. But to remake the trilogy, and they thought that if people liked Solo, then they would have to accept Alden Ehrenreich as Han Solo, and they could remove Harrison Ford, and then they'd be able to be one step closer to their new original trilogy reboot. But that didn't work because the original trilogy, or the original movie, cemented Harrison Ford as Han Solo. For better or worse, it cemented Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker. It cemented Carrie Fisher as Leia Organa. And there's no going over. Why do you think they worked so hard to Frankenstein Carrie Fisher's face in Rogue One and to do other abominable things in Rise of Skywalker? Because the original movie is the core of it all. And you went incredible special effects, incredible puppetry, an incredible story, one of hope, one of holding on to everything in the face of unimaginable evil. They're facing something that blows up planets in that movie. And they got one shot to take it out. And they just stay true to it. And yes, Luke, it's all on Luke. He's using the Force, and he's the great white hope of it. But it's still holding on. But then Luke didn't do it by himself. Han saves the day. Han saves the day. He swoops in at the last second. His character development changes. He goes from being the rogue who doesn't care about anybody but himself, just cares about his own skin, making his money, saving himself from Jabba. Because in these short few days he's spent with Luke and Obi-Wan and Leia, something happened. He made a connection. The rogue turns into a hero because he found something to fight for more than just his own selfish needs and desires. So at the last minute, there he is, the Millennium Falcon. That's still one of my favorite all-time moments when Vader's got Luke dead to rights. Yes, he senses him in the Force, but he doesn't know it's his son because George hadn't decided on that yet. But we're gonna push that aside and forget about that part. Vader's got him dead to rights. Luke's got nowhere to maneuver because he is meters away from being in the right space at the right moment to fire off the torpedoes to get down the chute, to get to the core. But then Han swoops in. Vader, he's so focused on Luke, his danger sense doesn't trigger. Boom. Han and Chewie, well, I'll say Chewie because Chewie was piloting. Han was in the lower turret. Boom, knocks him out. You're clear, kid. Blow this thing and let's go home. Boom. Yes, Luke blows up the Death Star, but Luke doesn't do it without Han. And that's why you can connect to it because, again, Luke isn't, to borrow the term Mustang Hero, it's Gary Sue. Doesn't happen there. He doesn't have to do it all by himself. Team effort. That's my favorite thing. Yes, I love my one-on-one fights in stories, but before that, it's always a team effort to get to certain points. And right there, the defeat of the first Death Star is a team effort. Without Han, without Chewie, without R2, Luke doesn't get there all the way. Empire, different story. Stakes are a little different. We talked about this on Saturday, Return of the Jedi. Team effort to take down the Death Star 2. If anybody fails on any level at the Battle of Endor, whether it's in the throne room, in the space battle, or on the ground at the shield generator, at the bunker, if any one of those pieces fail, granted, some had to work before the others, it all falls apart.
In other words, we had ourselves Legasp stakes, actual stakes.
I don't know if you qualify that as stakes. That's more just the layering of the story. The stakes are more of what's going to happen when they fail. This is more along the lines of, I'm talking about the layering and the proper connections of the characters. How the story is properly stacked. Okay, this has to happen, but it can't happen on this. And I'm talking about the teamwork aspects. I mean, the stakes are there. The Death Star will blow up. It will blow up the entire fleet. This is the last stand of Rebel Alliance because they've fallen into a trap. Those are the stakes. But I'm not talking about the stakes. I'm talking about the teamwork and the intricacy of the story, the way one part can't really work without the other and how it has to be one uniform storytelling aspect. And that's why the integration is beautiful. Because Luke has to win in the throne room. Because if he doesn't, it's not stopping Vader, it's stopping Palpatine. Because if he doesn't stop Palpatine, Palpatine can still salvage anything if he manages to escape. Because their fight doesn't hinge on the battle on the ground and the battle in the space. That's for the future of the galaxy. But then the battle in space hinges on what goes on the ground. They have to also survive long enough so the group on the ground can get the bunker. It's a beautiful teamwork effort, and nobody knows what's going on with each other. That's also the thing. You have to realize it's all faith because they have faith in each other because they trust them. They've been on these adventures for 5 years together. And they know they know that Luke's not going to let them down on the Death Star. Lando knows that Han and his strike team, we got to give him more time. he knows they're going to come through. They are facing something like I think it's at least 10 or 12 Star Destroyers, and they've got maybe 3 or 4 Mon Cal cruisers, and 2 of them get aced by the Death Star, and they've got maybe 2 squadrons of fighters, as opposed to 12 squadrons of TIE fighters, both inside the Death Star and from the Star Destroyers. They're completely outmatched and outgunned. They were relying on surprise, but the Emperor pulled them into a trap.
I would add that there was also the fact that that Palpatine also had that massive unit on the ground around the shield generator.
He had 3 garrisons. He had 3 garrisons down there, 3 legions of his best troopers. But that's a whole different level of that, because that's Palpatine relying too much on looking at the future. One of Palpatine's greatest weaknesses is that he relied too much on Force visions, and he believed everything he saw was set in stone, just as I foreseen it. He believed everything was set in stone, and that was what that Luke says. Your overconfidence is your weakness. And Palpatine replies, "Your faith in your friends is yours." No, Luke's faith wasn't a weakness, but Palpatine's overconfidence in his visions was. So yeah, he put all those legions down there, but he didn't foresee the Ewoks rallying around the rebels that were down there. He didn't realize that the Ewoks were a part of the equation that caused chaos down there. And that is why that eventually fell apart. And then, as I said on Saturday, Chewie was the X factor. He's the hero at the battle of Endor on the ground. He's the hero, because when he and those 2 Ewoks hijack that ATST, that turns the battle around. It allows the other Ewoks to finish getting their siege equipment into place, their traps into place, and then they tip the scale and they turn around. And then Han has the brilliant idea to lure them all out and trap them and finish the job. And then Lando had faith that Han would get the job done. And then it didn't matter how many frigates they had left, how many battleships, cruisers they had left on the Rebel fleet. All they needed to do is get the Falcon and a couple of fighters down into the depths of Death Star 2 and blow the main reactor. It was never about strength of numbers. It was about faith. It was about trust. And Palpatine made the biggest error. Like I just said, he believed his Force visions were set in stone. So it's teamwork. And that's at the core. That's one of the core things about Star Wars. It's always about teamwork. It's never just one person. It's always the entire group at one end or another getting it done. I mean, Leia wins. It's Leia that wins against Thrawn at the Battle of Fondor. Not at the Battle of Fondor, but what she did when she went to the Nogri home world and convinced them that they were being lied to by Thrawn. And Thrawn, in his arrogance, doesn't realize that he pushed too hard and enslaved the Nogri too hard, that he put his foot on them too much and ran with Vader's old strategy of keeping them in the dark. That his arrogance, that he was in complete control there. That's what did him in. For all his foresight of understanding species through their art, he forgot to think about the individual that maybe is separate from the art. Now, here's a funny thing. Imagine if he had gotten his hands on the painting in Tatooine Ghost. If he'd had that, he might have been having an insight to Leia, because that was Leia's favorite painting. That's the whole reason. That's part of the whole reason the book happens. That might have changed him around, but Thrawn's arrogance that only needs to look at art to understand people, failing to understand that he didn't look at Nogri art. That's the thing. The Nogri didn't have their art. He didn't understand that their honor system would turn them around against him. And when Rook stabs him, he doesn't see it coming because he doesn't bother to look at their culture beyond art. But it's Leia that wins Battle of Fondor because she convinced the Nogri to turn on Thrawn a previous book ago. But at that time, everybody else is doing their part. If they don't beat Thrawn, I'm sorry, if Luke and then eventually everybody else who was there, because everybody else was at Wayland. Leia wasn't at Fondor, but her actions won Fondor. But on Wayland, if they don't beat Sabaoth, then he wins. Then becomes a crazed dark Jedi that puts a shadow over the galaxy. Not Sith. He wasn't a Sith. He was just a crazy dark Jedi. There is a difference. But it's about teamwork. It's about right place or not. It's about the actions of individuals working together, maybe not at the same time, but with the same goals in mind, trusting that in each other, and that there's always the key thing is always hope. Leia knew it was a Hail Mary to turn the Nogri on Thrawn, and she thought she had failed. But no, they wanted to serve the Lady Vader. They didn't want to serve Thrawn. Go read the Thrawn trilogy. It's good stuff.
Duly noted.
Mustang, you here?
No, I'm not here at all.
Okay, you're back. So
it's my birthday, so I'm getting a lot of birthday calls and stuff like that. So,
did you what I was talking about with Battle of Yavin and all that stuff? How do you when in terms of the storytelling aspects of one person leaning on another in faith and hope and relying on people, and the teamwork aspect, that was so important in Star Wars
and Star Trek, Kirk.
Well, yeah. Well,
I mean, the two of them are interchangeable when it comes to that. They knew who to rely on, and they knew that it's business 101 even. I had people under me that I was not a micromanager. I had to be able to trust them. And that's the biggest thing is you can rely on instinct to a degree, but you have to rely on your friends, your family, the people around you to make something happen. Jed can't do what he's doing without relying on people. You can't do what you're doing without relying on your mods. You've got to have people you trust around you at all times. And that was the Emperor's greatest thing. The Emperor relied on the Emperor only.
He relied on the Emperor only. Well, that's mainly the failing of the Sith.
Yes.
That's the failing of Sith. And both the Emperor and the Sith, when as I said, the Emperor, he drank his own Kool-Aid in one sense. Like I said, he believed his Force visions were set in stone. I mean, Yoda was right. The future is always in motion. But at the same time, that's the failing of the Sith, because you can't trust anybody, because the Sith believe that the apprentice will always overthrow the master. That's the system that Darth Bane set up during the Old Republic, after the Old Republic was victorious over the previous Sith Empire. They lost because the Sith were constantly killing each other outside of the conflict with the Jedi and the Republic. So they were always losing powerful allies. And then in the end, Bane realized, and again, I only know this from just doing my research, because I didn't read the Darth Bane trilogy. Again, I respect it and like it, but I'm not interested in reading the history stuff like that. Maybe one day, just not now.
Well, Star Wars is history. You could look back at all the civilizations that have fallen, and they go back to somebody in charge, a certain 1930s to 40s gentleman, and then one directly after that. And then if we want to go back further than that, there's some English kings that failed because of it. Romans, there's a lot. It's when somebody has so much hubris, so much ego, so much, you name it, in themselves, and they don't trust the people around them, and they turn on the people will rise. It's just fact.
Pride and hubris doth come before a fall.
Yeah. But the Sith were always going to fail, even though they were victorious, because their plan was long. It was a 1,000-year plan after Bane, just basically hide in secret, always train, and the whole idea of one replacing the other, it was centralized power, and one would have to become stronger and stronger to overthrow the previous master. But Sidious, Palpatine, we talked about this earlier, he screwed up by making multiple apprentices. He broke the rule of two. I wonder if he had stuck to the rule of two, if it would have worked, if they would have been completely victorious.
No.
If he hadn't spread himself out so much.
No.
Or created too many things. Because, I mean, Vader had Starkiller, a secret apprentice. And that didn't work though, because it Starkiller went back to the light side, even his clone did eventually too. Is that part canon?
I believe it is actually. Thinking about it.
Hang on.
Well, you've got you can look it up on the timeline.
I'm looking at the timeline. Yes, Force Unleashed 2 is canon. Yes. So the Starkiller clone is canon. Yeah, so Vader tried and failed. But I always personally hated the idea of the rule of 2. I like it when there are a bunch of Sith out there. I like it when there's tons of them. Makes it more interesting to me.
As clever as Darth Bane was, I think he fell for the disastrous idea of putting all your eggs in one basket, or in this case, 2 baskets.
I don't think that's an appropriate analogy, for the simple fact that they were killing each other anyway. The Sith were killing each other anyway after their losses to the Jedi, and the Jedi were then just going to hunt them all down. So his choice to take it underground and do it in secret, that was survival. I don't think that was putting eggs in one basket. It was survival.
No, it was just prolonging it, is all it was doing.
Yeah, because they had lost significantly at this point, and it was the way to survive. And then the plan to hide in secret, get stronger, and then do what you could not do, what the Jedi couldn't: be secretive, infiltrate, and destroy from within. Because as we grow, we can weaken the light side, and that culminated in Plagueis and Sidious, who then monkeyed with the Force and threw it out of balance completely, diminishing the Jedi. But then the Force, in a backup plan, created Anakin. Anakin was the failsafe to bring it back in the Force. Problem is, again, the Jedi who were supposed to shepherd him, as we discussed earlier, were too dogmatic in their old ways and not capable of basically turning Anakin into the proper weapon to return it to balance. And in the end, it was actually the love that the Jedi were so against people having that allowed Anakin to resurface from Vader and Finn. Without love, true love for a child, they don't win. That's not Jedi. That's not the Jedi way. At least that's not the old Jedi way. That's love for an individual. You're supposed to have love for everybody, compassion for everybody. No, Anakin had love for his son.
Love is the one thing that both the Sith and the Jedi did not understand.
Yep.
His son is dying right in front of him, crying out for his help. And that's why I love that scene. In that one moment, it's Anakin, that spark of good that is still Anakin, claws its way out and banishes Darth Vader. And he's Anakin Skywalker again. Almost said Anakin Solo. He's Anakin Skywalker again. And he does what he should have done 20 years ago. And he throws, 25 years ago at this point. And he stops Palpatine. He should have not stopped. That's also why I love that moment in Palpatine's office in Revenge of the Sith. Because I always think, man, he should have helped Mace Windu. What if he had helped Mace Windu? They could have stopped it right there. But he was too far gone at that point. And I know the book shows you that he's even more far gone than the movie shows you. Because he's got his lust for his fear of losing Padme, his lust for power, his greed, his anger at the Jedi have treated him unfairly. Anakin gets worn away, and the name and the entity that doesn't have a name yet, but is given a name in that moment. Darth Vader was born, was already growing, and that's why though. You must say you're right. It was all it's all based around love, and that's a concept that the Jedi spread out too far. And the Sith believed in love too, but they believed it as a fuel for their passions, not as something to be cherished, just the fuel for it. Because there are Sith that loved in history. They had passion, love. They had families, but it's still, they used that as raw energy to grow in the dark side. But it was pure love. That's why Luke's new Jedi Order was successful. And that's another reason. That's another reason I don't like the Cade Skywalker legacy arc, because that in the end that shows that the Jedi Order did fall again because the Sith Empire struck and shattered it all. And I didn't want to see the Jedi fall again like that. You know, I didn't want to see that again. So, but who knows? That to me, Cade Skywalker legacy isn't necessarily canon as far as I'm concerned. I will have a debate with somebody about that if they want to at some point. I didn't read it, but the fact that it was comics and it was happening during the mainline EU books, we hadn't gotten there yet in the books. And yes, one of the main characters from that was referenced in in Legacy Arc, but I'm not. Things could have changed. Anyway, but that's why Luke's Jedi Order worked, because Luke understood that love was not something to fear. In fact, it made everybody stronger in the end. And it made the Jedi lines stronger, because if you have Jedi falling in love with each other, then you're breeding a better generation of Force users. You're not just that's what was one of the problems that Luke had to deal with when he was putting the Jedi back together, because the Jedi had never had families. He was having a problem finding Force sensitives, and you don't want the Force sensitivity to die out. I mean, granted, it would never die out, but it's better to have better to breed. It's good to breeding's good. It's good. It's fun. It's okay.
Having families can be a good thing.
Yeah. Either way, that's why I always will love these stories. Because they're talking about these themes, these parts of life. And that's why we all can, again, going back to talking about, that's why we connect to these things. Because we could very well be these people if we wanted to. Because they are us. Yes, in fantastical settings, but we're all Luke Skywalker dreaming of a future at one point in A New Hope. We're Leia, who has gone into a career thinking she can make a difference as an 18-year-old senator, younger than her mother, as an 18-year-old senator, thinking that maybe she can do something there, but then finding out that it's corrupt and it's falling apart. And then a short time later, the corruption is so bad that Palpatine dissolves the Senate. He dissolves the Imperial Senate at the beginning of New Hope. But then realizing you have to have the bravery to step out of the role of trying to change it from within, and knowing that you have to join the real fight to change it with action and possibly violence. A rebellion. Or we're Han Solo. Dashing rogue, smuggler, scoundrel. In it for the money. In it for a little bit of glory here and there. But only cares about himself. Doesn't want to play by the rules. Tried to play by the rules. Got expelled from the Imperial Academy. He was in the Imperial Academy. That is truth. Solo's story didn't make that up. He did try to be a good Imperial. Didn't work out. Comes from an actual family. He wasn't given the last name Solo because he was alone. The Solos are a long and venerable clan on Corellia with an offshoot, the Sal Solos. There's an actual family line. At one point, that's part of the joke in Courts of Princess Leia. 3PO thinks he's found in order for help Han win Leia's heart back, because she's having second thoughts on their relationship during a bunch of other marriage meetings. 3PO finds evidence that Han is descended from a king of Corellia, that at one point the Solos were legitimate kings. Unfortunately, by the end of the book, we do find out that they were being scoundrels. They lied to get out of something.
Imagine that, a Solo's a scoundrel.
It was all bullshit.
Wow.
but still, it's a real thing. These are Han Solo is a character you want to connect with. Luke connect with, Leia connect with. Vader's the bad guy in all of us. That's like, oh yeah, I just want to choke motherfuckers. I just want choke a motherfucker. Well, force choke. And also the imposing evil presence, the bad guy fantasy of Vader. We can all connect to this stuff. Obi-Wan, the wise old dude, the Gandalf. We can connect to these things because they're, again, yes, themes that have been used before, but they're themes that work. That's why it's timeless. It's not bad to use a theme that works. It's not bad to do that. It's fun because you're going to have fun writing it. And the people who are going to either read it or watch it are going to have fun too because they're going to feel that you put something of yourself in there. And George put something of himself into all this. You can feel his passion, his love for this, even when he does the stupid shit like Jar Jar. He does it because he loves it. He loved it. It was his baby. And he knew that we loved it. And then you get into something like Empire Strikes Back. I mean, yes, we just recently talked about it. We can talk about it again. The now that you set the stage, that's the beauty of these movies. Because after the first one, where you had character development, where you got everybody set up, everybody is established, you can go right into something like Empire Strikes Back. And I must say, I know you appreciate this. You can jump right in there. You don't have to waste time setting everybody up as their characters.
No.
We're already all in, aren't we?
Yeah, it'd be like trying to set up somebody for a Jaws 10. The shark is the bad guy.
But we have these love for these characters, so we're ready to just see what's going to happen next. And we're going to go on this adventure, and we're going to love them even more because you don't. And if Jed was here, he might be here in another 10 minutes or so. Might be back. We don't have to waste time recapping everything. We don't need to remind everybody who these characters are. We already know who they are.
Are you sure about that?
What do you mean?
I mean, are you sure in this day and age that these kids?
Oh, this day and age?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the people who need a trailer before the trailer?
Yeah.
I think that's the mistake that these assholes out there make all the time now. They don't have faith in the customer. They think we're all trash. They think we're all stupid. Yes, some are. And that's who we call the consumer in the stand. But we're still the same people we were 10 years ago. And in some cases, we've passed on our thoughts and processes and beliefs to others, to younger versions of ourselves, if you have a family. So I think that people are smart enough to jump right into the next one. I mean, that's why in the beginning, the MCU was working, because they didn't rebuild the wheel at the beginning of every movie. In phase 1, or in phase 2, I'm sorry, in phase 2, they didn't rebuild the wheel. They say, okay, you know who this character is. We're just going to move to the next stage of the story. And it worked. But Star Wars is the first one that did it. That's, again, going back to our previous conversation on this, that's why it breaks the mold. Because they didn't have to reestablish it in a movie, in a new story. We have the same characters. It's just a little bit later. We're just going to continue the story, and we're going to develop them further. We're going to add layers. And that's why it's beautiful, and that's why it works. That's why it's earth-shattering. I am your father. But we thought he was dead. You killed him. No, I'm your father. And I want you to join me and be a power-hungry tyrant. So it's just beautifully written because it's beautifully thought up. And it beautifully connects to people. And then you give people a chance in video games to actually interact with these things. And that just adds the layer. That if you give people a chance to interact, whether it's playing a game or reading a book or coloring books or stickers, you know how many freaking childhood books of all the Star Wars stuff I had? You were there. You know how much there was. There's tons of that crap out there. And
there was even playing cards and bubblegum cards.
Oh, Adam, Mustang, just wanted to let you know that I'm going to take off for a bit. I got some dinner waiting for me.
All right. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Take it easy.
I'll be
See you
back as
next
soon
week.
as I can. Toodaloo. Bye.
Yeah, but so it's it's just a fascinating thing to understand that that this started it all, in my opinion. Star Wars started it all when it came to laying the groundwork for characters to have more than just one movie of a story in a movie. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was there, so I know.
Yeah. But I mean, yes, it's. I will never stop loving this. Even when I was angry and blackpilled, I still loved it. I just couldn't look at it because I was so angry.
There's a lot of things that I'm like that with.
I want people, and I'm going to hold off this part of this conversation because I think Jed's going to join us in a few minutes. I think they're almost done. I want to save people, Mustang. I want to save people from their apathy. Black pillars, I'm not going to try black pillar. We had that part of the discussion. Black pillars, you can only come out of it when you want to. And it has to be a journey you take by yourself. There's no help for that. But apathetic people, I want them to, especially the ones who never read the EU. That's why I do the book club. That's why I'm going to get back to the book club, because the book club is there to show. I want it to be there. I want it to show that there's something. There's so much more than what you might have thought there was if you're just a movie person. So much more.
There's so many people my age that actually know that and understand that. And I go back to, I know people that when Disney came out, they were so in love with Star Wars, they would accept shit to get Star Wars.
They did it with TFA at first.
And
everybody did, except me, and
some of them still look at it and they think it's great. And I would just sit there and go, "How can you say this? This is not Star Wars. First of all,
no.
you don't say I'm a Skywalker. No, you're not. You're either born a Skywalker or you're not. You weren't."
It'd be one thing if she was adopted and grew up in the household. That's a legitimate way to say you're part of a family. Hang on, dry throat.
That ain't a legitimate way to say you're part of that family, though.
Oh, sorry, my throat just suddenly went dry there. Excuse me. I hate it when that happens. Well, I've been talking nonstop. No, it's what. Well, yeah, the way she did it, that's stealing. That's stolen valor, as far as I'm concerned. That's stolen valor. The way Rey did it. But if you are adopted into a family, that's different. I mean, you could take on. I had somebody else's last name for a section of my life. I was never formally adopted by my stepdad, but I took his last name. I legally changed it too, because I didn't like my, even though I loved my biological father for as long as I did know him, the couple of years that I did, his family, I didn't like his family at all. And I didn't want that last name. So I did change my name. I changed my middle name too. I still have my own. At this point, granted, my current last name is actually a family name from my mother's side. So really it is technically my name, but I've crafted my own name at this point. It's my name of my own choosing, my middle name and my last name. I'll tell you, I'm not going to tell you my middle name right now. I'll tell you later because you'll laugh at me. Everybody laughs at me when they know the origin of why I chose my middle name. It's let's just say it's nerdy and it's stupid. And I own up to it when somebody learns of it. It's so stupid. But I'm also not going to give my middle name because that would completely dox me. But if she had been, let's say hypothetically that Rey had been adopted and raised in a Skywalker household, then calling yourself Skywalker, that wouldn't be such a big deal. But you're right when you say it means something in Star Wars to be a Skywalker or be of the Skywalker bloodline like the Solo kids are. It means something. Because it means you have a purpose in that galaxy.
She's purposeless. She really is.
Oh, yeah.
If you really start and analyze Rey, Where did she get her Force powers? It ain't Palpatine. We know that was thrown in there at the last second. So who is she? They made a fatal mistake. They could have brought her in as
she was supposed to be a Kenobi, wasn't she?
Yes.
That would have been fine. The bastard child of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Nobody would have cared about that.
Imagine how good that would have been.
Nobody would have cared.
Or how about if she had been a ginger and they met on a planet somewhere?
Or now when they, and again, we're straying away from actual Star Wars, but this is the part of the conversation I have to say this because we're comparing and contrasting here, so it's still legitimate, and also showing how bastardization works. When I was still slightly open to the Force Awakens in its early stages, when we heard casting calls going out and what they were casting, there was a rumor at one point that they were casting for twins. And to someone like me, this is right before they threw the EU out. They hadn't thrown it out yet. To someone who was being still slightly, I hadn't complete. My hopes and dreams were complete. I blackpilled when they threw out the EU, but before that, when I heard they were casting twins, I thought, "Oh shit, are we?"
We all know what was happening when they were saying twins.
Well, yes, I thought, "Oh shit, okay, they might salvage this then. If they're gonna jump all the way to Jason and Jaina, I can be on board with this." That was my window to be on board at the time. But then that fizzled out and we got Krylo and Rey.
I told people when they did that, I said they're not casting a Mara Jade character. We can't do that without Mara. And I knew this. I hated to be the downer, and I was trying to tell people on different forums that I was on back at the time. I was like, this is not going to be good. You can't do this. There is nothing they're doing here that is coming directly after. They're taking a massive time jump, and we're not seeing anything that should be in that time jump. And people are like, what are you talking about? I'm sitting there going, we need Mara Jade. We need the Solo children. Where are they? They should be in this time period. We're not seeing any casting for it. And they're like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've been loving every time I look at them and say, so how'd that turn out for me? And did I maybe know something you didn't?
Or it's also facts. It's also logic. There was a lot of logic to be seen. Once the casting got narrower and narrower on what they were doing, you could see that it wasn't the EU. And then they threw the EU out.
Yeah, it was probably even before that. It was the casting was really telling the tale, because the only other way they could have done it is to have done a massive time jump, a couple 100-year time jump, and we knew they weren't.
If they had jumped to Legacy arc, I still would have been okay.
Legacy, I'd have been okay with that. Rey may have actually worked in Legacy.
You had to get far enough away from the OT and the PT.
At least 120 years.
That is 120 years.
I know. That's why I said it.
Ha ha ha. But if you had done that, if they had been smart enough to go really far into the future, maybe even 1,000 years, then the EU could have remained sacrosanct. They didn't. They wouldn't have had to destroy it. They would have been so far, just like the current event, the current Star Wars, real Star Wars, is so far removed from the Old Republic. But we can go back and play the Old Republic and still have fun doing, because it's so far removed that we know what I'm doing, and that isn't pertaining to what's happening in the current present. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no, you've completely got me. I know where you're at on that.
Yeah. So it doesn't. You can do that. So if they had the brains, and guys, this isn't our special conversation on what they could have done. This is a new one we're having. We haven't had this yet. If they had done that and just left the EU existing for its period and for a while longer, I don't think we would have had the problem we have. Now, it may still have been crap story and crap acting and filled with identity politics, but then that's all we'd be complaining about. we wouldn't be complaining about how you destroyed what came before to build your house of cards.
The canon breaking.
Yes, that's at the core of it. Canon breaking, because the Star Wars canon, it works so well. The original 3 movies, bolstered by, we'll just say, the events of the prequel trilogy. There's nothing wrong with the events of the prequel trilogy. We may have issues with how the prequel trilogy was conducted, but the events are still fine. Is that fair to say?
Well, it's fair. Anything could be fair to say. All Disney had to do is go 120 years into the future, 120 years into the past. You don't touch the known canon. That's where people had it. Now, could people have been forgiven with the identity politics? Yeah.
No,
this was the start of identity politics.
It was. Well, it had been going on for a while. This was the breaking point. This was where they were unashamed about it.
So, no, they would not have been, because this is the one that has broke so many people.
Yeah, I mean, think about it like this. Let's just say they had gone and told a story in the Old Republic. Not Revan, just something else. Something else happened there. Not connected to anything. It just would have been a Star Wars adventure.
Yeah.
Starting a new chain of characters that, as you said, do not alter the core of the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, and the EU.
And that wouldn't have been hard. That would not have been hard to do, because all it had to do is say, okay, we know the EU is in existence. Whatever we do, we're going to make sure we do not alter the timeline.
Yeah. And that's what, like you said, that's what pissed people off, because this is our history. These are our modern myths.
You pissed people off that had the disposable incomes.
And you traded it in for people who don't care. And that's the other crime. You bent the knee to people who don't want to see these characters as they were. They want them twisted and literally perverted. We're looking at. I know you saw the thing I put out. You saw it on Twitter today. I commented on it once. You might have seen it in my mind before, saying some person says, "Happy Queer Visibility Day to queer characters in Star Wars." A picture of Lando on there.
He was a bigger womanizer than Han was.
Yeah, Lando Calrissian. Billy D. Williams is still alive. No. All I said was no. Get out of my fandom. That's all I said to that. I said no. Get out of my fandom. I say that sometimes these days. You say something like that, no, I don't want you anywhere near what I love. You're sick. Something wrong with you. He fucks robots. No, he doesn't. It'd be one thing if it was a pleasure bot like Lucy Liu from Futurama. But
yeah, okay. Had to go there, didn't you?
Well, of course, I need a good example. That's a great example. As an example, we can be okay with. But this thing, the Phoebe Waller-Bridge Feminist 2000. No, Lando ain't sticking his junk in that.
Ever.
No.
He may stick in some pretty strange places, but not there.
Now, alien species, that's a whole nother kink. I'm not gonna kink shame on that. But what I'm saying is this: what I'm saying is you're exactly right, Mustang. If you fuck with the natural order of things, this is what happens. And they fucked with the natural order of Star Wars. They destroyed all the main characters that we just talked about that we're beautifully connected with, that we have all these connections and love for, and turned them into monstrous abomination versions. That's why constantly, and I partake in this, constantly having to, every time somebody talks about Han leaving Leia or Han this, and I always will jump in and correct. Han had 3 children. 1 survived, but he had 3 children, never left his wife for 40 years, except for a small stint during the Vong War when he was mourning the death of Chewie. And he went out there and did some dangerous shit and then came back after he finally found peace of mind. And it's a thing. Next to Leia, and not counting his children, that was the other person Han loved the most in the galaxy, Chewie.
That was his family. That was blood. That was his brother.
Yeah, Chewie had an oath to protect him because Han rescued him from slavery. He had a life debt, and in Star Wars, not life debts are a serious thing, and Wookiees are they're honor bound. That's why it's when you play KOTOR 1 and you do what's his name Zalbar's arc in KOTOR. You really get a great look at Wookiee society. It's a brief, but you get a good look at the honor. The honor of Wookiees is so important that they have rules about combat that show. I mean, you play KOTOR. Of course, you play KOTOR. Yeah, you have played KOTOR, right? Yeah.
What's that? Yes,
Knights
of course I've played KOTOR.
Shut up. I don't know. You talk about things you miss sometimes. I don't know. I'm making sure. I want to make sure you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, when you do the Zalbar arc on Kashyyyk, you learn so much. The things that were Wookiee, the fact that Wookiees, they look like animals, but they see themselves as sentient beasts, because of course they are sentient beasts. In fact, they're engineering geniuses. But to a Wookiee, the greatest crime in the world is to use your claws in a fight. Because you may not see it in actual Wookiee hands, not the stupid moron thing you saw in Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, God.
Where he had human hands. They got paws. Little digits on the paws, but they're paws. They're not human hands. But they have claws. Big-ass claws that they use to climb the trees. But if you use your claws in combat, that's dishonorable, because that means in Wookiee society, you have lost your reason because you've reverted to being a beast, and you're called a mad claw. That is the worst thing you can do in Wookiee society, is use your claws in honorable combat. And I love that in a video game we got that kind of lore. I didn't know that before I played the game. It's just so cool. But you get a look at that. That's world building. That's taking us to places that matter in the Star Wars galaxy. Disney Star Wars doesn't do any of that. All they do is deconstruct the world. They boil it down to nothing. Not even its base parts. They boil it till it's evaporated. It's not even cooked down to a nice sauce. It's just there. It's a sticky, hard thing on the bottom of your pan that you've destroyed the pan. You can't even scrape it off no matter how much you soak it. It's gone. It's done. You have to throw the pan out. But no, we're Disney. We're going to keep cooking with that pan. You need the world building. You don't want to destroy things. And that's why even during when Star Wars was still owned by Lucas, you saw the danger of Dave Filoni. Even back during the aughts, when they were making Clone Wars, the red flags there. He was not an heir apparent. He was a phony. He's a fake. Steals other people's ideas and corrupts them. He only got that far in that show because George was there most of the time. When he wasn't there, he slipped things by like Pete Pacifist Mandos and Space Whales.
Oh. Yeah, this is how Thrawn will continue to go on, is Thrawn keeps outsmarting everybody. It was his clone that was killed by the whales. Yeah.
No.
Just mark my words.
Here's how I know that, again. First of all, when Rebels came out, we're already past the sale. I was playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, which was so removed from Disney that it already been made and put in production. It came out when Disney took over, but that was still a Lucas thing, so that's why it was so good. Because they've been working on that thing for like 5 years before it came out, and working on well. But I saw clips of Rebels, and I was out immediately. But then when I saw they were bringing in Thrawn, and I've seen clips of Thrawn doing hand-to-hand combat. Yes, Thrawn is capable. We actually see him in Tatooine Ghost for a brief second. He was masquerading as a stormtrooper commander, because at one point there's a firefight and he loses his helmet, and for a brief second Han sees a pair of glowing red eyes, but then the guy runs. So that was Thrawn, because there were no other Chiss on his executive staff.
There was no other Chiss in the Empire. It was Thrawn.
Well, yeah, Thrawn. Well, that was the whole thing. Hang on, I got blow my nose real quick. Hold on a second. Yeah, there were no other Chiss, because now the Chiss were loyal to the Empire, but they were loyal to Palpatine. The whole thing of Thrawn is Thrawn was kind of the go-between with the Chiss ascendancy, because Palpatine gave them all his Imperial tech. He gave it all to them.
Yeah, and that's why he knew he needed them.
Yeah, because they knew the Vong were coming. That's the thing. Palpatine knew the Vong were coming, because Outbound Flight tells the story of what happens. Palpatine wanted to make sure nobody went in that direction, because he did not want to alert the Vong to anything yet.
And this is why he had the Grand Admirals that were very secretive.
Yeah. Oh, there was no list. He's the only one that had the full list. There was never a list of who were there were only in the entire Empire. There were only, I believe it,
5.
No, I think it was 6, 7, or 8. There were like 8, 7, or 8. I believe in Heir to the Empire they talk about it. I don't remember it at the moment. I believe it was like 7 or 8. But only Palpatine knew who they were, and Tarkin. Tarkin knew too.
Tarkin, yeah, I was going to say Tarkin knew who they were.
Tarkin knew who they were. They were only.
People also have to understand that maybe watching this, Thrawn knew who Vader really was.
Oh yeah, we've had that discussion. We talked about that during during tearing apart Kenobi, when we had discussion of who knew who Anakin was, who knew who Vader was. You can count them on one hand. Of course, Palpatine, Tarkin would know, and Thrawn.
And Thrawn and Anakin were friends.
Yeah, and eventually, Thrawn. That's how Thrawn.
Well, he respected him.
Well, that's how Thrawn knew about the Nogri, and also Shizor knew.
Yes,
Shizor figured it out in Shadows of the Empire, because he put the piece together, because he was there when Palpatine was sending his message to Vader during the middle of the Empire. He was in the room.
But Thrawn's the only one who teased and tormented with Vader enough, because Thrawn wasn't afraid of Vader. He respected him. And that's something that a lot of people make a mistake when they're reading that, is you don't understand. Thrawn was probably more powerful than Vader in some respects.
He was a better military commander.
Oh, by far.
Anakin was a good ground general. When he was a general in the Clone Wars, he's a combat general. He's a field commander.
Yes.
But he's not a strategist. Vader was never, he's a okay strategist, but he was a better field commander. Thrawn was a strategist.
And that's why Thrawn tested him. And if we had got more and more where we should have, we would have seen how much Thrawn tested him. And it's been hinted at. It was a lot.
Well, in Heir to the Empire and Dark Force Rising and Last Command, Thrawn makes it very clear he doesn't want to have another Force user at the top of the Empire.
Correct.
He wanted it to be. He believed the Empire needed to get away with it, but he only used it because he wanted to use the, for lack of a better term, we didn't have it yet, but the battle meditation concept, where you could have everybody be stronger as a linked unit through battle meditation. But we didn't have that term yet. We didn't get that term until KOTOR and Bastila Shan. But he wanted Sabaoth to do battle meditation for the Imperial, and it worked. but he didn't trust it. That's why he got the Isla Miri, so that he could control it. Thrawn was a control freak, and that's why he was good at what he did. But he believed, and he says so. Again, he says it through, we hear it through Pelion, because that's one of the beautiful things about the Thrawn trilogy. Never once are you inside Thrawn's head.
No.
You're always seeing it through somebody else's eyes, whether it's most of the time it's Pelion. A couple times it's Leia, because Leia is in hiding when Thrawn visits the Nogri planet. She's there, and she sees him. So usually it's through the eyes of Pelion that you see Thrawn. You never know exactly what's going on, and that's why it's such a brilliant character. We can only work with what others saw with him, never what he actually thought. So it's a lot. It's a lot of guesswork, and that's why whatever Zahn is doing with Disney, telling us these Thrawn books, if you took those and run with those as canon, it dispels the mystique of Thrawn. Oh, as expected, Legatus is coming through with us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was close. I said 7. I said 6 or 7. Okay. So they're 8.
Good.
I was close. I knew it was somewhere around that number. I was close. Yeah, thank you, Legatus. We can always trust on Legatus to do the quick research while we're chatting away.
Donetto's a very interesting Grand Admiral in her own right.
I don't know anything about the other Grand Admirals, honestly. I don't. That is not stuff I've read about. I'm not perfect, guys. I have a lot of knowledge, but I don't know everything. I only know what I've directly read.
If Thrawn had succeeded, he would have unified everybody.
Oh, wait. No. Okay, this list is partially incorrect. Pelion only became a Grand Admiral much later, after Thrawn. So you have to take Pelion out of that. We're talking Imperial era.
And Donetta was his ascendancy, wasn't she, if I remember correctly?
I don't know. And see, because if we go all the way, Dala is also a Grand Admiral during Fate of the Jedi arc.
Yes, Dala's a Fate of the Jedi Grand Admiral.
Because she took over the Empire. But in the end, Pelion fulfills Thrawn's dream of having an empire ruled by the military and not by Sith, or as Thrawn saw it, Force users. The term Sith wasn't being used yet, but that's so. All right, so again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Between 6 and 7, and like we said, only Palpatine, Tarkin, and Vader would have known them all too.
No, I don't think Vader would have. I think the Emperor was hiding them from him. He knew Thrawn, but that's because Thrawn was something special. I don't recall anything in canon where Vader knew them all. I know he knew a couple of them, but I don't think he knew them all.
Well, I would say then only Palpatine and Tarkin would have known them all.
Tarkin definitely knew them all. That's why Vader respected Tarkin.
We've had that discussion again.
Yeah, we had it just recently.
Yeah, recently. I mean, when we did it last year when we did New Hope on show. Tarkin was at the top of the Imperial military food chain as the Grand Moff. There was no other Grand Moff. There was Tarkin. Above Tarkin,
the Emperor.
Prior to the dissolving of the Imperial Senate, there were probably other Imperial political officials that would have meant something. But when, in the end, the Imperial food chain is Palpatine, Tarkin, and then all the other Moffs. And then beneath the Moffs are, well, actually, okay, let me rephrase that. Okay, I'm sorry. I was jumping ahead. I was leaving out the Grand Admirals. Palpatine, Tarkin, Vader.
The Grand Admirals.
Then the Grand Admirals. Because Vader, Palpatine had children. Palpatine had kids, guys. He did have kids in canon. I didn't know much about them. One of them came back during the Vong War, and I didn't know about it. Must have been something that I missed. But Palpatine, if Palpatine had died and he didn't have another clone body to get into, and he didn't have another clone to get into, Vader would have taken over.
Yes.
Because that's the old Sith thing. Go all the way back to the Old Republic. The Sith ruled, and the Imperial fleet, the military, were always under their command.
That doesn't sound right.
Yes, it does.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
We've been all over the place. We're talking about Imperial chain. We've somehow gotten into Imperial chain of command discussion here because we're talking about Thrawn. We're going into lore here now, and we're trying to dissect the Imperial chain of command during the Galactic Empire, the first Galactic Empire, the only Galactic Empire. So you had Palpatine at top, then there would be Tarkin, and then I would say Vader, because I would say Vader at the time was below Tarkin, just because Tarkin could take command of the whole military if he wanted to. I think.
I always thought he just deferred to Tarkin, that he wasn't necessarily beneath him in rank because of his respect for Tolkien.
Vader was a lord. He was a Sith Lord, but that had no official designation in the hierarchy of the Empire until after Tarkin died on the Death Star. We saw in Empire Strikes Back, Vader had command of the fleet because he was in charge of the Executor, which is the flagship.
Well, the Dark Lord, obviously, and a Sith Lord doesn't have any military impact.
No.
Since it was the Republic that got changed into the Empire, which only happened during the events of New Hope, his rank as general should have still applied from the
No. It was the Empire. It had been the Empire for 18 years at that point.
Oh, they just got rid of the Senate in New Hope.
Yeah.
Still, a lot of things transferred over, including a lot of aspects of the army. So shouldn't have his title of general continued?
No, because he's hidden. Nobody knows he's Anakin. We were just talking about that. We were talking about who know. We're going back to the whole conversation too. That's why we're all over the place here. Only we're saying 3 people, 4 if you count Shizor, knew that, and Shizor doesn't figure it out till during Shadows of the Empire. So leading up to all that stuff. Prior to New Hope, at the time of New Hope, only Palpatine, Tarkin, and Thrawn know that Vader is Anakin Skywalker. Nobody else in the Imperial hierarchy should know. Because nobody saw what happened to Anakin Skywalker on movies. I'm very sure that everybody that was involved in Vader's in Anakin's surgery at the end of Revenge of the Sith. I'm sure everybody or who was a part of the rescue mission on Mustafar to get him, Palpatine had them all killed.
Well, in the procedure, we only saw robots. We did see people go pick him up on the
some clones picked
lava
him up.
sign. We saw who picked him up, but the actual surgery, the people participating in the surgery were
droids.
Just
but
then the clones were
any witness to Anakin being delivered from Mustafar, I'm sure were killed.
Yeah, so the general public probably thinks Order 66 got him.
Yeah. Vader, that's why Kenobi is such a dumb ass with Reva, because nobody should know that he's Anakin because he doesn't want anybody to know. And because he isn't Anakin anymore. He is Darth Vader. He's not Anakin anymore.
He's got to have some military rank though, because he does order people around.
Well, that's what we're trying to discern here.
He is
Once
Lord
Tarkin's
Vader.
Gone, he's Lord, but he's a Sith
That's
Lord.
not a military rank.
Well, but the thing is this. Again, if you go back to the Old Republic, when the Sith Empire existed during the Old Republic, 3,000 years ago, the Old Republic, when the Sith Empire existed, the Sith, even though they had no military ranks, they did control, like certain Sith Lords or members of the Dark Council controlled certain sections of the military. They were in charge, and they could commandeer. They could supersede an admiral if they wanted to, because they're the Sith and they are the ruling class of the Empire.
Right.
So, I would say once Tarkin is gone, while Tarkin was there, Vader's position as a Sith Lord because everybody knew he was a Sith Lord. That was no hidden secret. I don't know if everybody knew Palpatine was a Sith Lord, but they knew Vader was a Sith Lord.
They knew Vader was.
Yeah.
There's no evidence one way or another, I'd say, at least in the movies, that people knew Palpatine was.
Yeah. But we know from the conference of the commanders on the Death Star that one of them was mocking Vader as a Force user. So George hadn't created the term Sith yet, but we using overall knowledge as we're in this discussion, we can say everybody knew he was a Sith Lord, Dark Lord, and Sith Lord Vader. Vader, I think, to Mustang's point, could take control anytime he wanted, based on old Sith hierarchy rules, which the Emperor had implemented as a Sith Lord himself. So Tarkin's the only one Vader would not supersede.
And I feel like that's got to be, just respect-based, not actual hierarchy or Palpatine order basis. Yeah.
You're right, it's respect.
I can't see Tarkin being militarily above him in rank, but Vader just defers to him.
Once he was gone, once Tarkin's out of the picture, it goes Palpatine, Vader, the Grand Admirals. Logana says here, they answer directly to the Emperor. Yeah, they answer directly to the Emperor, but Vader could hold command over them as a Sith.
Excluding Thrawn, that was the one that he could not hold command over. And that was a direct order from the Emperor.
Well, Palpatine's orders are law.
Yeah. Thrawn would be equal to Vader, if not above him in some things.
I still think if push came to shove, now granted, that would have been an interesting thing of Thrawn versus Vader, because how many plans would Thrawn have in place to try and get the better of Vader? But then
plans within plans.
But here's the thing: he didn't have the Isla Miri until 5 years after Return of the Jedi. Until 5 BBY.
And we do know for a fact that Thrawn did not push Vader too far because he was afraid of the Force.
Yeah, that's why he got to Isla Miri, because you're exactly right. His experience with Palpatine, his experience with Vader, he knew that when he was going after to get Sabaoth from Wayland, from Mount Tantus, he knew he needed to have a neutralizing thing, and that's why he got to Isla Miri. And he also needed them because he wanted to create the blank slate for the clone troopers that they were making, that they could be just pushed out there as cannon fodder, do whatever he said.
Once he got to Isla Miri, he had the upper hand all the way then at that point.
But prior to that, he would not have had a chance to deal with. I think in the end, Vader would have won a conflict between them, because
until the Isla Miri came in, Vader would win.
Yeah, because Thrawn was a better commander than Vader, even though, as I said, when he was Anakin, and Jed, you can attest to this, as a field general, on the field commander, Anakin was fantastic as a field commander on the ground, but Thrawn is a better overall commander strategist above, because he sees the big picture.
Yeah. And that still would be voluntary deferment, though. I'd say it's the same situation with Tarkin and Thrawn, where he's like, he recognizes their intelligence and defers to them, but the Emperor's not saying, Vader, you got to listen to these two fellas. I don't see that.
Palpatine wouldn't do it because he wants to keep. Palpatine believed in having people being at odds with each other. That's why Shadows of the Empire is cool. Palpatine liked that Vader and Shizor were fighting constantly for his approval. But Vader, in the end, got the better of Shizor, which is very cool at the end. Although I still think Shizor survived. That's one of my regrets in the EU, that Shizor never came back into play, because I think there was room for him to survive the battle over Coruscant there at the end. Lyle, he is Chiss. Yeah, he's Chiss. He was in. That was how the Chiss were introduced, through Thrawn. He was the only non-human Grand Admiral. You are correct on that too. Thrawn was the only non-human Grand Admiral. But that's because, again, he was special. He was special. Either way, so after Tarkin, Palpatine, Vader, Grand Admirals, and all the Moffs, because when we hear it in the on the first Death Star. With the dissolution, the dissolving of the Imperial Senate, the governors were given direct control of sectors. And for people who aren't unaware, a Moff is a governor. All the Moffs were governors. So the Moffs were the ruling body of the Empire after the Senate was dissolved. They were each in control of their sectors of the galaxy. And they therefore had control over all the military, unless a Grand Admiral, I think, would come into play, because I think a Grand Admiral, it would still be above a Moff, a regular Moff. Not Tarkin, but a regular Moff. I think that's fair. Where were we before this conversation? I don't remember, Mustang. I forgot.
I don't know. We get into Thrawn, and this happens every time. Because we both love Thrawn so much.
There was something I wanted Jed here for, and I forgot what it was. What did I want to have Jed here for? Not the big conversation. We're going to move on to that now, because we're
comic relief.
No. You know what? Let's get into the big.
If I'm here, it's probably Clone Wars related. If that's what you wanted.
I'm trying to remember. It was something I wanted your opinion on. We jumped around so much, I've forgotten it. I purposely tried to put a pin in it. I don't remember what it was, but you're here now, and now that we have more. Well, how you feeling after your game? Feeling okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. It was a bit wild. The chat was mad at me.
Oh yeah, what'd you do? Momentary side tangent. What'd you do?
Two things. I said an undead lady was hot. Wasn't a good idea. She wasn't. But the bigger thing.
God.
The bigger problem is I was pretty adamant that cyborgs and androids are different. Apparently, that's a big no-no in Starfinder.
Oh.
I said if it's majority organics and started out organic, that there's a cyborg. But if it's majority electronics and was designed at electronics first and organics grafted to it, that there be an android. But apparently, I'm stupid. And androids are just clones. Android just means clone with cybernetic input.
Yes, Lyle, that is correct. A Moff would control all the military assets in their territory. Exactly. They were the top, because at that point it's all military. Oh, I remember what we were talking about. Well, except for that. No, forgot it again. Never mind. All right, so here's this. All right, so we're 4 hours in here. I think this is all we're going to get right now. Mustang and I we started the conversation what, 4 or 5 months ago?
Oh yeah,
4 or 5 months ago. It was after some stream. We've been talking Star Wars, and we started talking. There is a way, and chat, everybody else, we're going to posit to you that there could have been a way. There's an alternate reality where Disney followed the correct path and properly integrated all the existing Star Wars canon that had come up to 2012. And they didn't have to work very hard to do it. And they somehow, in our theory, and we want to see if you all agree with this, chat, we want your input on this, Jed, and man, we want your input on this too. Here's the biggest problem.
Bring up the timeline.
I'm going to set it up. I'm setting it up. The biggest problem is this. The biggest problem was always going to be, now if we're back, now we are back in 2012. We're not today. We're 10 years ago, where everything just so happens to line up to exactly where everybody is age-wise in Crucible, the final book of the EU, the unfortunate final book of the EU. Everybody lines up. Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill, they're all age appropriate for those characters. Now, the biggest problem is, and we've stressed it how important it is and how Disney failed with Solo. I've said his name too many times and I can't say it anymore. They failed to try and replace Harrison Ford because they did it the wrong way. Mustang and I have a theory that there was a way to do it. It's 2012. They've purchased it all. A smart person realizes they have 28 years of already written stories. All you have to do is adapt what's there. A lot of people don't know the EU. so it could still be fresh for millions of people. You have these stories right there. But the problem is Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, Mark Hamill. They're too old to go back and be the stars of Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and Last Command, where the story will pick up. You'd have to pick up there, because that's adapting. The first thing you do is you adapt the Thrawn trilogy, because that is the one that would pull everybody back in, because it's a real Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah, that takes place 10 years after the original trilogy? Five. Oh, yeah, then there's no way they could do it.
So, but there's your problem. These people are who they are, the face of these characters. What do you do? So Mustang and I were talking about this, and I posed this, and Mustang really liked it. You start at the moment of Crucible's beginning. You're way in the future. Han, Luke, and Leia are having a get-together before the events of Crucible happen.
Now stop and think about what he just said. Han, Luke, and Leia are together.
It's great. The Carrie Fisher problem is the elephant in the room.
Carrie Fisher would still be alive.
This is 2012.
Oh, 2012. Oh, what they should have done. Okay. I thought you were talking about we'd fix it now.
No, this is a what-if scenario. No, this is a what-if scenario. Disney had all this power. They had bought it, and they had the EU at their... They had all the EU. They owned it all. And all one smart person who would say, let's just adapt it all. But then there's a trick. How do you get people to separate from Ford, Hamill, and Fisher, knowing them as the Holy Trinity? There's your conundrum. So my theory is this. So you go there, as I said, they are the proper ages at that time at the beginning of Crucible. The proper ages. So you set it in that year, or whenever Crucible happens. Let me look at it real quick. You set it in 45 ABY. 45 ABY after Battle of Yavin. So it's 45 years. Just about. They're close enough to the ages at that point. Yeah, we're still 10 years off that point, but there it is, right there. They can play those ages at that time, or any point in there. So there you go.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, so they're age appropriate. They look right. What you do is you have them gathered together at some sort of just, we're here, we're having a good time, and the movie begins with them reminiscing about what happened in Heir to the Empire. And you have your original Holy Trinity on the screen. You get your one good shot of them, and then you fade in to new, younger replacements. It's a virtual handing of the torch to new actors who can act the parts and resemble them enough.
You would have Sebastian Stan with Mark Hamill's approval.
Yeah. Or actually, I mean, now at the moment it's like this, but the dude I see the pictures of the dude they actually
the body double
guy.
He does look like him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he looked like that 10 years ago, but that proves my theory. It's a little bit of a proof of concept that people, even we who are real fans are kind of on board that. Yeah, I can see that. So it's kind of proof of concept, even though it isn't Disney trash. But there you go. You have these, and you fade in, and then you tell the story with the new characters but you showed the real ones handing it off and away, and then you start every movie with them remembering those moments until finally Last Command ends, and we are accepting. We've accepted these new ones, and we have new characters. We have a new Mara. We have everybody introduced, and then you just go forward, and you take the middle books on the road there, and you animate them. You do animation. And you can get Mark Hamill to do Luke Skywalker back then. You can he's voice actor. You could animate all the in-between stuff, but every time you get to a big trilogy book, you bring it to the movies if you time it all right. So there you had what Disney's plan was supposed to be, a mix of movie and TV. And with animation, it would have been so easy.
I would add one caveat to that, because Crucible, from what I've heard, is a really great endpoint. So I would... in that meetup that you're talking about, I would age them up enough, like add another 10 years to the way that they look. And by the time you get to that point chronologically, in those flashbacks that you're talking about, tease the events of Crucible, like the setup for it, and then do like a Crucible movie to wrap things up. And
well, you get everything, but I mean, what I'm talking about, you would go through everything
to
on my
pass the
shelf
torch
there.
for the past, but to wrap it up with Mark Hamill and all of them in a Crucible movie
would
at
have
the
been
end of it.
This would have been a decades-long project to get it all
right.
done.
That's why I say age them up.
Yeah.
That's
now
why
Carrie Fisher still might have died in the time, but then it wouldn't have mattered because there would have been a proper replacement set up.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have been okay. So
it would need to be the best casting in 30 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They would have had to work really hard and taken their time. But
it wouldn't have had to be that best casting in 30 years yet. All it would have had to be is a legitimate passing the torch. The Disney's biggest mistake they have ever made in the world, monetarily wise, is not putting the Holy Trinity on set together.
No, of course. People will love the Holy Trinity stuff, but of the younger actors, those younger actors need to be phenomenal to imitate and be good enough to replace it. And if they were able to do that, fuck yeah.
But the key to it all, and I think that was what Mustang and I were haggling over months ago, the key to all is the transition, getting people to accept it. And if you gave them a shot of the Holy Trinity first and showed them flashing back, to me, that's a respectful handing of the torch for people to carry on the story of Han, Luke, and Leia for the next 45 years for the next 45 years in that galaxy. Not 45 years of making the movies, but you know what I mean.
Lyle, we would have had their children after this, so we would have been able to continue on.
And then they would have done the brilliant thing if they had just adapted everything one step at a time. It didn't have to be one-to-one, but it's all right there. You would have gotten the new. Again, they wanted to create new characters that are separate from the original OT and PT characters that we all fall in love with. Everybody who reads about the Solo kids and all the other secondary characters introduced, the Rogue Squadron, all the new Jedi that come around, all the new military guys, rogues, scoundrels, Imperials, it would have been there, organically done.
And you would have had video games as well as comics and everything
merch.
else.
All the EU merch and so people would have bought it again. New people would have bought it. So to me, that's the perfect world scenario. It was all right there. And if they had done that, it would have been, and you don't even have to work. The stories were all written. They were all done.
Remember, imagine a Disney-funded co-op game. Like, I just mean amount of money, not Disney, but a fully funded co-op game about Luke's New Jedi Order, where you just play one of his Padawans and you get to customize your character.
Oh man! Or oh wow! And it could imagine
that would have been a major money maker.
It takes place over a span of time. You start right before the Vong War, and then you're involved in the Vong War. And then you're involved in the events of Legacy and Fate of Jedi. Oh man! Then you eventually get to battles. Oh, they don't like money. They don't like money.
Now just stop and think of how many billions of dollars they have really lost.
They're commie Marxists, so they don't like money. So you see. So you approve of this? That would have been a way to do it. I mean, chat. What do you guys think? You guys, okay, those who are still here with us. I mean, that was, if you're watching later on the replay, leave a comment. Let us know what you think about this theory that we have. I mean, you just think about it. We would have been about halfway through all of this by now, I think. We would have been halfway, in 10 years, probably would have been a bunch of TV shows, 6 movies. We would have been probably into the Legacy arc by now.
We would have been, I was thinking about this the other day for this. We would have been at least 10 movies in, several TV miniseries, several games could have been done.
Yeah, Mustang, you just said a perfect word. A lot of the other books could have just been miniseries instead of movie events. Like single books could have been miniseries. If they're not animated, then miniseries.
Yeah, and Disney would have been making money out the wazoo.
Yes.
That's the thing that is so stupid about, beyond the whole, like, they hate money, which is very apt. Kathleen Kennedy once complained, as we all know, about we're not like Marvel. Yeah. We don't have comic books and books to adapt. Their lack of creativity there's a laziness aspect into the way that they approach this stuff. So the laziness should have put them in this direction. It's like, oh yeah, we don't even need to write this stuff. We don't even need to write it. That should have appealed to them.
Yeah, I know.
They're that dumb that they can't even get their laziness right.
Let's just get a good screen adaptation. Get somebody to write a good script. Put in.
Just change the formatting. It's
Yeah,
copy and
format-
paste.
We have millions of
Monkey
dollars.
should do that.
We have millions of dollars already sold in EU books. Hey, people want this. They've spent millions of dollars already. Why don't we adapt it to everybody?
Let's rewrite Thrawn to a cuck. Let's rewrite everything to worthlessness. Let's copy Darth Caedus and get Kylo Ren. Except it's not even the dollar store one. It's the discount dollar store version of Darth Caedus, Jason Solo. I mean, it's mind-boggling when you think about it, how simple it would have been.
But we don't have source material.
Yeah. And then, like you said, video games and media and merch. I mean, I think if given, just imagine. I mean, granted, he doesn't have the visual presence because about the helmet and the respirator, but Darth Caedus would have been massively popular as a villain because of his complexity and the ruthlessness of it. Because Jason was ruthless. He was ruthless when he went full Sith. Oh, he was ruthless. Terrible.
It's not the what's the invasion that happened after Thrawn?
The Yuuzhan Vong.
Yeah, the Yuuzhan Vong. I've heard a lot of different stuff, so it's hard for me to keep track. Is that is that like the flood in Halo where they're mindless and
no,
they're intelligent?
No. Without too much spoilers, they came from another galaxy.
Right, I knew that.
And they were force blind. They were not. They were blind to the Force. You can't sense them in the Force. So they were a great opponent for the Jedi because you can't read them, and you can't do anything. And they were basically they were all BDSM. Their religion was pain. Is their religion.
Okay, so it's still weird. Imagine a horror game that introduced the Yuuzhan Vong to people.
I'll bring up a good image of the Vong. Here's what. I mean, it's sort of what they look like. It's a group pick, but it's a great shot. You can see them in the background, and they were ruthless. They had ships the size of Death Stars, world ships that they were transporting people on, and they were organic tech too. That's why they were so fast. They point singularity technology. That's how they traveled. They didn't use hyperspace. They used point singularity technology, biotech. They tried to terraform Coruscant with a world mine, and here's a good one. I think this is the Emperor in the background here. This is just part of his face. They chop their noses off. They have all sort of deformities. Let me start with this one.
They were hideous.
Better one. They're great. The Vong were awesome. It broke the mold. It gave us a new threat that weren't Sith or not Imperials, and it just changed the game. I mean, there's a sort of a Vong. I believe that was the Emperor of the Vong behind them. That's a good one right there. That's what a Vong looks like. That's another version of Vong right there. That guy. There's Han. There's Han. That's Jaina. I think that's Wedge.
Yes, Wedge.
That's Tahiri. Yeah, you see scars on her forehead. That's here. There's another Vong right behind her. I'd have to be in the point in the story to know exactly where. I think that's not Jason because Jason never had facial hair. I think that might be Kip, or it might be Kyle Katarn. It might be. I don't know. I don't know. But, see, the Vong were it was just something new and different. I remember when I got Vector Prime, and I was sitting in a student lounge at school, college, reading it. I was like, "Wow, this is new and different." Let's see,
it's something Thrawn
Here we go.
Was there to handle. Thrawn could have took.
Well, that's okay. That's another. We were having that conversation before. The whole thing about who would have dealt with the Vong better, the Empire, because Palpatine knew it was out there. Here's another shot of a Vong. So we got Luke. That's Grandmaster Luke. There's Mara. Boba Fett, he was involved in it. There's another Vong. Han, Leia, there's 3PO. See, that's a Vong, ship. I don't know. I think that's some alien Jedi, I don't know. But see, this is how good it got, man. This is how good it got. And she was pregnant with Ben during this. I love it. But yeah, Thrawn, Palpatine and Thrawn would have annihilated the Vong. because the Death Star would have just blown up every world ship that came out of hyperspace, just annihilated them. That's where the super weapons would have come in handy against the Vong. But the Republic was a little decentralized. The united military might of the Empire would have crushed the Vong, in my opinion.
It would have taken the Empire and the Chiss.
Yeah. The Chiss were out there. They were the first. They were supposed to be the first. They were supposed to conquer the unknown regions to keep it pacified.
Yes.
So that the Imperials could deal with the Vong. That was the whole reason.
And they were the first line of defense against the Vong had they come in through the unknown region.
Yeah.
That was the Emperor's biggest fear, is being blind to that area of space.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. The unknown. Let me give up a galaxy map. Let's see if I can get a good galaxy map, a real one. Where'd my browser?
God, I haven't seen a good real one in years. Because anything that has legends or wiki behind it cannot be trusted anymore.
Spell right, Adam. I can spell. No. Let me take a look at this in the image, make sure it's legitimate. I think this is legitimate. Yes, this is legitimate. Okay. Let me. No, it'll be too small for you guys. Let me save it to the desktop and I'll enlarge it. I think this is a legitimate galaxy. Mustang, you can confirm or not when you take a look at this here. All right, so here's a galaxy map.
You need to enlarge it bigger than that.
Well, yeah, I know. It'll look better on your screen, a little better on yours. So these are, God damn it, it's leaving a little blur on you guys. Well, let's zoom it back out a bit so you can get a whole look.
Yeah, I know where I'm at now. Go ahead and zoom out.
Yeah, so here are the unknown regions. There's Rakata. Yeah, this is how we know it's real. It's got Rakata on there. Disney Star Wars doesn't want to talk about Rakata. Or they do, but they get it all fucked up. Because the Infinite Empire, when the Rakatans were in charge, they controlled everything in their Infinite Empire. But then they overused the Force and they went so blind. Yeah, see, Hapes Consortium. Yeah, this is real. This is real. See, there's the Hapes Consortium.
Yeah, they've got it.
There's the Hapes.
Expansion, the mid-rims there.
Mid-rim. There's Biss right in the core. The Emperor's backup capital, the Abyss. That's where he went after Return of the Jedi. That's why it took so long for him to come back. Because where is Endor? Where's Endor? There's Wayland. Finding what I don't need.
Mandalus is right there. Endor should be above Yavin. So there's Yavin.
Where? Yeah, okay, there's Yavin. There's Zeost. Well, right over here, this is where the old Sith Empire was out here. The original Sith Empire was there. So there's Zeost. There should be I don't know if it's on here.
I'm trying to look. But
Dromon Koss should be here somewhere. Well, they might have Dromon Koss on here, but where is Endor? Where is Endor? I can't do a search either because it's a picture. I don't know my galaxy. I know certain sectors. I don't know where individual planets are very well. Because down here is the outer rim where Tatooine. Because Tatooine's right on the edge of Hutt space over here. Here's Hutt space.
Yeah, Tatooine's towards the bottom.
Tatooine's over here. All right, it's not in Hutt space. Wouldn't be over there.
There's Tadora's there. God, I can't see it.
I'm sorry. If I zoom in any more, then I won't be able to see it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not. I can try and get a better picture. All right. Let me try for a better one. Let me see if I can find a better one.
Well, it's fine for the discussion. I mean, it shows where the unknown's.
Yeah. Let me look again. See if I get a higher quality one. Let me switch. Let me change to large on my search parameters, and I'll get maybe a better one, better quality.
Okay.
Here's the same one, much higher quality. Okay. Hang on, open tab. This one it's the same one, but a much higher quality. So this should be even better. I hope. I'll do the best I can. No, I do the best I can. Okay. Enter slideshow. Shit. God damn it. Enter the slideshow. No, enter full screen. Okay, there we go. Right, good. Now, yeah, this one's a little bit. It's a little better. Yeah, because this is definitely better because they made the Oh yes, no, this is Disney Star Wars. I see Exegol. No, that's wrong. Sorry. I just saw Exegol, so that's not real. Can't trust that. Let me try this one.
Okay, what are we talking about Dala for? She's Chiss.
Dala's not Chiss. Dala's human.
She's working with the Chiss, though.
When?
Towards the end of it.
Oh, in Fate of the Jedi? Well, yeah, she was working with everybody back then. She was in charge. Okay, this one looks legitimate. I see Nope, Jakku. Fuck.
That's why I said if it's got anything Legends or Wiki behind it, they've put all the frickin' Disney crap in it. You can't find a good one anymore.
Well, the one I'm using, the first one was fine. It's just a low quality. That's the problem.
Okay, I'm kind of caught up. I see what they're... Okay.
Right, let's try this one.
Yes, Han definitely said they would have actually built a fleet of super weapons, is what Han said. And that's what the Emperor was actually trying to do. He was trying to build a bunch of Death Stars. He wasn't just wanting to build one or two.
Well, yeah, when you take into the knowledge of everything, Palpatine's grand plan was to conquer the galaxy. But during that 18 years in the book Outbound Flight, he found out about the existence of the Vong. And he didn't want anybody to go near it because they were not ready for that. All right, you're right. It's very hard to find something that is not Disney-fied here. I'm having problems getting the pictures.
Oh, I've seen stuff on the Wikipedia that I look at and go, shit.
This one might be legitimate. I don't see Jakku. I don't see Exegol. Okay, I think this one's legitimate. And it's a decent quality. We can actually see things on it. It doesn't have the specific things. Yeah, there's Wayland. Okay, I think this one's legitimate. I'm going to bring it up, and we'll see what you guys think. I think this one's legitimate. Let me zoom in a bit. All right. It's got better coloring to it, Mustangs. You'll probably be able to see this one better. Nope, not that one.
You can say that's the same picture.
No, that was the old one. I still had that on the tab. This one's a little better.
Okay.
Right away, I don't see Exegol or Jakku over here. So that's how I think I know we're okay. You see Hapes Consortium, Kashyyyk. All right, let me zoom out a little bit. Oh, damn it, wrong window. Motherfucker. All right, is that still okay for you?
Yeah, that's still fine.
Okay.
I'm getting my bearings on
All right, so I just need to know where
Endor is. Tatooine.
Yeah, a Tatooine should be...
Keep giving down, 16.
Yeah.
Right there.
16? Yeah, I see it. Geonosis.
Question here. Perhaps I'm a little ignorant on Star Wars on this, but did something happen to Korriban, or is it still in there?
Korriban should be up here. I mean, they might not put it on there just because nobody should be going to Korriban. But I mean, Dromon Koss isn't here. Here's Korriban right here.
Yeah, Korriban's right there. See? Mandalore's still there. Mandalore's on there. Wayland's on there.
Mando Space. Here's Mandalore right here. I mean, Korriban, Dromon Koss should be around here too. Because here's Zeost. I mean, the original Sith worlds were Korriban. That was the original Sith homeworld of Korriban. Then Dromon Kos was the capital of the Sith Empire, and Zeost was also a Sith world because it was very, very powerful in the dark side. There's Dantooine.
Oh, this is legitimate. It's got wild space, so yeah.
Yeah, wild space down the bottom. Yeah. So here's Dathomir.
Okay,
here's
yeah,
Yavin.
here's Yavin.
Here's Yavin. I don't remember where the hell Endor is. I'm gonna. Come on, Chad. If you know, tell us, please, so we can move on with the conversation.
Just go ahead and move on with the conversation.
I wanted to say. Well, part of it I wanted to say how long it took Palpatine's spirit to get from Endor to Biss, because here's Biss, dead center of the galaxy. So Endor should be on the outer rim too. That's the thing. Pretty sure Endor is on the outer rim. Here it is. Here it is. Right there. There's Endor. So yeah, that's a long journey for a spirit to go for his essence. Not spirit, his essence. So it took him it took him a few years to get there, and then Palpatine quietly rebuilt his forces on Biss, on the core worlds, before then pushing back out to the mid-rim where Coruscant is. And then that started the Second Galactic Civil War, which was Dark Empire, happening right before the Jedi Academy trilogy. And Luke falls to the dark side, and Anakin Solo is happening, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, there's Dagobah. So Dagobah. Oh, here's a good area. Where's Hoth? Where's Bespin? We can answer that question of how long. Oh, Belsavis, nice. Belsavis. Quick question. What does Belsavis mean to people? Chat, you can answer too. Why is Belsavis important? Well, actually, some will know because you guys were watching me play SWTOR. Or I'll just say this. Belsavis is a giant prison planet. Giant prison planet. Endor. No, I already found the dark. God damn it. Yeah, see, there's Baccarat right next to it. Where is Hoth? Hoth, if I remember correctly, should be around here. I'm trying to remember from the video game because it's on the map of the video game. Where is it up here? Bastion. See, I could get lost in this right now. If you can't already tell. Because I'm seeing things and I'm going all kind of different memories from games and stories. See, this is what it used to be like when you play in these games. You know, you look at these things and you realize this is the expanded universe. This is what the expanded universe spawned. All of this. And it took 28 years to do it, including the original time of Star Wars. And all it took was 10 years for Disney to just crash and burn it. There's Corellia. Fun fact, Corellian system is an artificial system made by forces unknown, because nobody knows who built Centerpoint Station, which was giant gravity weapon that can move planets. Nobody knows who built it. And they used it during the Vong War. Thraken Sal Solo took over Corellia during the Vong War. He managed to gain power even after what happened in the Corellian trilogy. And he used it as a super weapon. And he wiped out not only a massive part of the Vong forces, but he also wiped out a large swath of the New Republic fleet during that. Yeah, well, Hammock, that's what we were talking about. I just remembered. That's what I wanted everybody else here for. We'll come back to this later. So Jed. I mean, as someone who's involved with people who are, safe to say, apathetic to Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
You're involved with people. I was talking about this earlier. See, now I remember why I mentioned when you come back. We were talking about earlier working to either bring apathetic people back or the black pillars, and how it's easier to get apathetic people back because they just don't care. But if things changed or something changed in their life, they might be able to come around. But black pillars are just too angry and can only come back on their own. But apathetic people might be able to come back with influence. And like I said, I was watching last week when Jeremy was playing Battlefront with Beardo and what was Jay was there? Jay was there, and you were trying to get him, but you couldn't. But I was watching that, and you can attest this because you were there. Jeremy's been apathetic, right? That's fair to say. He's been
Absolutely.
Apathetic. You would know firsthand as being part of the team, direct team. The excitement that he felt playing Battlefront was genuine. He was enjoying something Star Wars, something real Star Wars, when they were playing the real Star Wars stuff, not Force and sequel trilogy territory.
Right.
He kept on saying, "Man, Star Wars is awesome. I love real Star Wars. It's great." That kind of energy. Is it safe to say that, as an example of someone who's been apathetic, if Jeremy was pushed in the right direction and had enough contact and influence with some positive Star Wars energy, he could be brought back into, not necessarily, I want to say, just talking about Star Wars all the time, but being in a good place for real Star Wars. Is that a fair assessment?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we're ever going to get Jeremy into the EU. That's just not ever going to happen.
He's not going to read the books. That's not his style. Yeah,
but to reignite his passion for Star Wars, absolutely. Because apathy set in with him, apathy set in with me. I can use myself as a contextual example. Is watching A New Hope, watching Empire the other day. That got me excited. Watching Return of the Jedi the next week, that was enough to affect my apathy and put it more in a positive place. But in reference to Jeremy, that's exactly what happened on him in Battlefront, and he can't stop talking about it. He's like, "We're done with Fortnite. If we can, I want to play Battlefront. I want to play Battlefront." And I mean, there are some connotations with Battlefront that I don't love, especially like the EA stuff. But I can't deny there's some power to being dropped back into the EU. I mean, at the EU, the prequel era,
which is Star Wars,
just having fun. Yeah, just dropping back into real Star Wars and getting immersed in the world. And I think for him, he needed to be re-immersed. And it's just dive in head first, get surrounded by it, get involved in it.
And other people enjoying it with him. That's my thing. If a black pillar, as one who could attest to that, is only going to come out of it on their own.
Absolutely.
And you weren't black pilled, you were just apathetic. But I got you to just watch the movies for the show. Yes, it was rules of the show, but you watched it anyway. And by being influenced by somebody who's feeling positive and passionate about it, it moved the needle for you a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm at a better place in Star Wars than I have been in 10 years. Because I went out during the show and I found the full audiobook for Heir to the Empire on YouTube, and I'm going to be listening to it as soon as we're done here.
Nice.
There's an animated show as
well.
I
was going to say, Legatus is constantly pimping.
Watch the animated. I have the link if you want it.
Oh, I've
got
it.
YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah. He's almost done with it too, isn't he? He's almost done with it now. Or did he finish it?
I think it's got chapter 25. I think he's on 23. At least this playlist I'm looking at has 23.
Well, yeah, that guy's. It's been a passion project for this dude for a couple of years now, and so But here's the thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Those are apathetic. And I said this to Mustang a while ago. I think it was like an hour ago at this point. I said I want to save people who are apathetic, because I think not just me itself, but if you start talking about this stuff and start engaging in it and showing them not just the EU, but actual Star Wars stuff, real Star Wars, it could just be the movie, just be the games, you're going to re-energize them and bring them back into the fight and remind them that Disney can't take this away from us. And because right here, that's what Lyle Hammock said right here. This is what I want. This is part of what I want to do. Why I keep talking about stuff. Why I hammer Disney Star Wars, and then we go talk about Return of the Jedi. Or when I was doing it, we'll play a few hours of the Old Republic. We'll stream that, and I'll play through that. I want people to remember how much fun it is.
I'll put in this, Adam. And yeah, you should know this is your fault. You should feel so ashamed. Not really. You're the one who inspired me to want to get into Star Wars: The Old Republic. Even though I'm practically drowning in my own games, you made me want to do this.
It's
free. It's all your fault.
Right now, I mean, you're a little gimped if you're playing it without the subscription, but it's still free, and you can still play it free and enjoy the story because you'll get enough crap reward gear to get your way through it, and your companions are much stronger and better than they were in the back in the day when I had to play it fresh out of the box, or on the fresh download, as it were. But yeah, I mean, if people just got into it or experienced it with people who are happy and enjoying real Star Wars, it would change the attitude of a lot of people. And I think the apathetic people, if they don't have to go full EU. You don't have to do this. But you play some video games, or you just get the audiobook. Get audio, because Mustang says you listen to audiobooks all the time. I personally just want to read the book, but either way, because I already own them all, I'm going to do it. But if you just involve yourself and immerse yourself in it and get in the positive end aspect of it, and once you see the real thing, once you get a taste of the EU, if that's the direction you choose to go, and you start with the Thrawn trilogy and you see what could have been, what they should have been doing, and compare it to the trash that is Disney, there's no comparison. And you realize just how empty and shallow. And that's why any fake fan that says they like Disney as much as they like the EU and that can stand up to it, they're a liar. They're a liar. Because there's no way anything Disney does compares to the best of the EU. And then we said earlier, even the worst of the EU, like Black Fleet Crisis and Heart of the Jedi, is 10 times better than what Disney's put out there. So yeah, that's what I wanted. That's why I knew I wanted you to hear for that, because I wanted your firsthand experience with Jeremy's excitement of playing Battlefront, which is just a perfect, and your own example of just a perfect moment of apathy waning when exposed to passion and excitement. And that's why I know I need to start the book club up again, because people respond to that. And I want to do that. Lyle, I like KOTOR 2 better because I like the combat system better. I think they improved the combat system with the skills and abilities. I like the lightsaber customization better. And honestly, I like the characters better overall. And I feel there was more to do in KOTOR 2. It was a lot more fluid, not less clunky. I like the aesthetic. You can really look like a Jedi. KOTOR 1, you're walking around in these kind of shirts that don't look Jedi-ish. Like they call them Jedi robes. They look like shirt uniforms. They weren't very good. But I like KOTOR 2 better, especially if you play it on Steam right now. If you do get it on Steam, you can mod it and gives it an HD facelift, and it looks really good. And if you want to play KOTOR 3, it does exist. It is the Jedi Knight storyline of Star Wars: The Old Republic, and extends further into the future storylines. It still kind of plays out of that, but what was intended to be KOTOR 3 is the Jedi Knight storyline in Star Wars: The Old Republic, which you can play for free. You don't have to pay for it. You can have the basic gear you get as you go along. It'll be fine. Mustang, do you have to go?
Yeah, I've got to go in a minute here.
All right. You want any final thoughts? Because I think we're going to wind down soon. We've been going for almost 5 hours, and I don't think anybody else is showing up tonight. So, you have any final thoughts before you go?
Not as long as Disney still owns it.
You know what I mean. I mean, talk about real Star Wars. I mean, because we talked about a lot of compare and contrast. Like that's where the conversation went. So we did get into stuff, but any thoughts about the actual thing you want to share if you haven't said it already?
No, I've pretty much said everything.
All right. Well, once again, happy birthday, although we are now in the next day.
No, still 11:15 for me.
All right. Well, I'm in tomorrow. So But thanks for being here on your birthday. I truly appreciate it, and I hope you had a good time. We love it when you're here.
Happy birthday, Mustang!
Thank you.
We
Only
will
69 years old.
He's gonna get you for that one, isn't he?
No, I'm the one who did it.
Oh, okay. That's a joke that I'm not aware of. Okay. That's a joke I'm not aware of. Fine. I'm not included in everything, and that's just fine. Anyway, all serious. Thanks for being here. I will probably see you on Monday, Mellow Mondays. So we're, Jed, I can say this. Oh, damn. Crap. You know what? I think we're going to be done because I'm kind of out of my topics now. I had one more, but again, not enough people here for it. I had two more fun ones, but anyway, because I do want to hear what something Mustang wants to tell me. So, guys, I am going to wrap it up here. I will be leaving this stream up for a while because I want people to enjoy. I think we had some really good conversations. I might even clip some stuff out. We had some really good comments and really good thoughts. And leave comments, hit that like button. And I just want to thank everybody for showing up tonight, both in chat and in the panel. Thank everybody. And we hope you have a good rest of your evening. And I'm not prepared to get out of here. Hang on a second. There we go. I got ahead of myself. I wasn't ready for it. But, Jed, you have anything you want to say on the way out?
No, just hail real Star Wars, and I'm excited to get into the EU as soon as I can find some time to.
Time is, for you, definitely time is the thing. So, yeah.
And if there's more free audiobooks on YouTube, I'll get them all.
I'm sure it's the internet. There's always a way to find something. And Anime Man, thanks for being here, and I will I'll see you next Wednesday for Anime Odyssey.
Looking forward to it, my good man.
Yes. All right. So once again, everybody, thanks for hanging out. We hope you had a good time. Granted, this was a little different than last year, but, it's a new year, new difference. And next year, we will be back here on the 25th. It may not be on a Thursday, but whenever it is, we'll be back here to celebrate real Star Wars again. Till then, thank you. Good night, and always, may the Force be with you.
Back, Taco.
Shut up. I'm going to beat you. You're not going to get to say it.